Hola, muy buenos días. Good morning, everyone. And once again, welcome. We are now going to begin with the next panel, moderated by Francesco Carella of the ILO in Costa Rica. So, Francesco, go ahead, you're in charge. And then at the end of the panel, we will take the questions that may have remained pending after the panel of yesterday evening. And also, we've left you with a survey to hear your opinion on the functioning of this seminar. And so, this will also be a good input for the following ones. Francesco, go ahead. Good morning, and welcome to this day 2 of the international seminar organized by ECLAC on the contribution of international migration to sustainable development. The first panel that we open today is on labor affairs, and that is why at the ILO we have been honored to moderate. And we're going to focus on instruments and initiatives for the social and labor inclusion of migrants. Albeit the panel is 100% focused on labor affairs, we also saw how in the first 5 panels of the seminar yesterday, in each and every one, we somehow dealt with labor issues. We opened with the first panel, and our colleagues from CELADE that spoke to us of their studies and the experiences of the project carried out over the last 3 years, and labor matters came up on several occasions. And then in the next panel, on the full contribution by migrants to the countries of destination, several colleagues referred to labor matters, the international agencies, as well as the governments and the academia. And then we moved on to public policy. And in the case of the Caribbean, where we also saw how labor matters are each day more evident within governance of migration throughout the continent. And then in the last panel yesterday evening on data and statistics, the various authorities at the statistical offices in several countries of the region, as well as the IDB in Washington, refer to the relevance of statistics and the labor data within the governance of migration, and to have a very accurate and precise panorama of international migration to later devise policies, including migration and labor affairs, for a full contribution by migration to sustainable development in the region. And so, in this context, over the next hour, we're going to focus on labor matters related to migration. And for this, we have here 4 colleagues, high officers, that will allow us to analyze these matters. First of all, to my right, my dear colleague from the ILO, Patricia Roa, welcoming. She's the programming officer for ILO in the Southern Cone, based here in Santiago de Chile. And then the next speaker is Wilfredo Lozano. Currently, and after a very long and distinguished academic career, is today the Executive Director of the National Institute of Migration in the Dominican Republic. And as such, they address all migration issues, and we are particularly happy from the viewpoint of ILO that today this is being seen, especially labor migration in the Dominican Republic. This will be followed by Marcela Torres, welcome, who is the national president of AFUNPRO, Judicial Assistant Corporation, within the Ministry of Justice in Chile. And also from Ecuador, the Undersecretary of Migration, Fausto Iñiguez. Welcome. And so, Following the same format as yesterday, we're going to hand over to the four panelists and invite them to reflect on matters related to migration and the labor market. We know in the ILO that there are different challenges, at least from two points of view. A first is access. Not all migrants and refugees have access to labor opportunities, and also the context of high informality in the region does not help this. And the second type of challenge is protection. Once they do have access to labor opportunities, to what extent do they enjoy their labor rights? And this is one of the ways having those rights, enjoying them, is a way of guaranteeing the contribution by these people to development of the countries of destination and origin. So we're going to begin with our colleague Patricia Roa from the ILO, and we're going to invite her to reflect on these points. Thank you.
Muy buenos días. Good morning to all of you. I was running today into the meeting today to be on time. I took a cab or taxi. Normally I use the subway or buses, but the driver was a migrant. He was distracted at a given point in time, and then instead of going out 6B instead of 6C, and we reach another galaxy on the highway. I look at my watch and say, we are not going to be on time. And then I think again, I said, I'm going to a migration seminar. So let's take these 10 minutes in which we will be late together. And I told him a little about what I'm going to present right now. From the ILO, we need to remind. It's a PowerPoint that goes beyond 10 minutes. So I will go to upload this for you to see because it's important to review. This is like when you use Tempera to visit or revisit what is the concept of decent word, which was a term created by Juan Sarabia, former Director General of ILO. He reflected that the word is not only a source of dignity for people, but also of welfare for the worker and his or her family that brings peace to the community, as Anna was current Director General would say. It is the key to social justice. Society with more decent word are more cohesive and have a strong democracy. So it's opportunity to have access a job, safe and healthy environment, better perspective for personal development, freedom for everyone to express their views and get organized, and also equal opportunity and equal treatment for women, men, and the diversity. This is decent work. You can use this as a chit chat, opportunities of employment, social protection, social dialogue, which has their own function in order to reach higher goals such as reinforcement of democracy, eradication of poverty, just social justice, and personal realization. Because it can be absent, it's not only at the core. Decent work is not at the core for migrants and refugees. What is the idea of a migrant worker? So that migrates from one country to the other to have work, including everyone admitted as a migrant worker. And I remind he ILO Convention 145, increasing poverty and lack of unemployment. And we see that after the COVID pandemic, there is a lot of unemployment. And in employment survey shows that unemployment, inactivity, and informality is expanding among migrant people. So very clearly, and this is a publication or an article from the Economic Executive Secretary that highlight the contribution of migration to the development and economy of the countries. But we all know in this panel, we have all our own experiences, and that indeed we do have difficulties to achieve full integration. Also, we have challenges regarding not only labor and social integration, but also most of them are exposed to exploitation, forced labor, trafficking. And this is something that we need to really address. Very rapidly, we are institution under regulation, and our convention are adopted by three parties. So there's a great vitality behind each one of those instruments that are agreed between representatives from workers, government, and employers. Very rapidly, let me tell you, I always tell, I advise that when we deal with an ILO convention, we should not only look to the title, but the year of the convention, because we are an institution which is more than 100 years old. We have evolved along with the society. So in 1949, after the Second World War, our main concern was focused in how states should facilitate international migration. It's free assistance and for training for migrant workers. It was also said that they should receive same favorable treatment applied to nationals from other countries. But along the over time and a second stage of the at the global level, the Convention on Migrant Workers 1975 was adopted as a complement to the former one and established measures to combat clandestine migration, which is something that is happening. There is in our border. It's an old expression, but encompass this irregular migration on non-authorized border crossings, etc. That this established the general mandate to respect basic human rights. And this is very important. Migrant people, regardless of their migrant situation, they have human rights. And in the case of, in laboral matter, labor rights are not suspended, are not subject to the migration status. And we need to always consider that. And something new appears, which was not in the previous convention, two new elements. First, not the less favorable treatment, but equality of treatment between migrant workers that have legal residence and under the conditions established by the state. Member state in this new innovation should facilitate family reunification. First time that we are addressing conventions are addressing the families of migrant workers, accompanied by recommendation number 26 on migrant women workers of 2008 that establishes something that is debated today. What are the protection for women not to be victim of contact that vulnerate their rights? What are the transit? What are in transit countries? Because migration is not taken from origin to destination, but also what are the responsibility for in transit and destination country, which is a phenomenon experiences in the whole region, instrument that correspond to the juridical legislation in matters of migration. And we have been time and again in the media and reports, Protocol 29 on forced labor. We have a convention in 1930 that only one article survives because it was devised for colonial countries that have slave work. And we adopted this protocol to accompany this convention on forced labor with a stress in this modern way of slaving, to consider forced labor, because I mentioned because in many of our countries, migrants and refugees are victims of slavery and vulneration to rights. They asked me to highlight some of the good practices. I want to concentrate. We can build together in these angles. We can build what are the main difficulties encountered by migrant workers, the migrant situation, the lack of economic resources because they migrate for better jobs and better income, language difficulties, cultural barriers, the non-recognition of profession of their studies, legal participation and representation in international agencies. And Francesco is I have 3 minutes, but I promise you that everything that is in there in my picture, I will give you 10 seconds. These are experiences. And first we have the general principles and guidelines for effective contracting because labor life starts with a contract. So there are provisions and guidelines that I invite you to read and put into practice. Also, we have the guide for contracting and emission, which is start and improve your business. This is the acronym because migrant workers not all have dependency, so they start with their own uh, little business or small business. So these are the conditions that have to ensure the welfare of migrant and their families. So we have in the ILO handbook on rights of the migrant workers because we can never separate persons with the attached or associated rights and a reflection on the union, the international union that gathers all workers around the world on the importance of decent work to promote migrant work. And also we have peers, organized employers in the International Organization of Employers that provides a perspective of employers regarding their roles and obligations in matters of migration. Also a toolkit for as a complement to the first are the principles, and they will send you how. Then you have the toolkit that we want to share. Also a guide of intervention on the life or the livelihood. This is a work that we did with the Office for Refugees of the United Nations, and the Secretary General and the Assembly said we have always said migrant persons and then migrants. Then we have some local experiences in Chile. We want you to read them. We have the model of the root of the migrant refugees and migrant people, how a migrant worker can look in the Chilean institutionality, either public or private, which is available for all local government. This pathway, which seems a labyrinth, but it's not, but it should be as easy as following ways. We have systematization from UNESUR, improve your business for entrepreneurs. We have a practical application all together with international IOM and the United Nations refugees. And also we have a process of certification in their craft and profession because most of immigrants don't bring their diplomas. They have the experience, the know-how, and they need to accredit and certify their knowledge. And I end with the contribution of the Central Sindicato Union of Chile to complement this pathway of the migrant.
Herramientas, pero quiero terminar con esto. Esto que ven acá, no sé si en sus países, pero en Chile hubo mucho tiempo de vendedores arriba de las micros y o de los buses, los ómnibus, y que
mostraban una cosa que vendían, pero luego se iba desplegando. Entonces decía que había un hilo, después venían las agujas, los botones, y entonces era un esquema muy completo que uno siempre estaba tentado de comprar y llevar en la cartera a la señora, en la billetera el varón, decía el vendedor. Esto que recuerdo es algo que esperamos prontamente esté desplegable, que va a estar en PDF, pero también del porte para meterlo en la carcasa del celular, ese dispositivo que acompaña a la migración siempre, con todos en una guía informativa de los derechos laborales en Chile de las personas extranjeras. Y está todo referenciado a códigos QR para poder guiar en una manera muy simple esta ruta que a veces se hace tan difícil. Estamos esperando la autorización de la autoridad del gobierno de Chile, es un trabajo conjunto con CEPAL y espero que próximamente cuando se suban a un ómnibus o una micro puedan recibir gratuitamente esta guía y esta cartilla. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Patricia. Creo que en 10 minutos lograste partir de lo que es la OIT a nivel global, los convenios, la parte normativa y luego aterrizar en lo que se está haciendo en la región y en Chile específicamente. Y bueno, yo desconocía lo que ibas a presentar, pero precisamente lograste referirte a los dos puntos con los cuales abrí, ¿no? Por un lado, es importante tener herramientas para facilitar el acceso a oportunidades de trabajo decente, pero después no tenemos que olvidar la protección de los derechos, ¿no? Una vez que esas oportunidades se materializan. Y en particular me gustaría destacar dos cosas a las cuales hiciste referencia, como la cuestión de la contratación equitativa. Los procesos de contratación en nuestra región siguen siendo uno de los momentos en los cuales más vulneraciones de derecho hay, y el vínculo entre migración laboral y trabajo forzoso también a través de la trata de personas, ¿no? Como delito, y el protocolo 29 de la OIT que busca prevenir esos fenómenos. Afortunadamente tenemos varias ratificaciones ya en la región. Le pasamos ahora la palabra a Wilfredo Lozano del Instituto Nacional de Migración para reflexionar sobre las mismas cuestiones. Por favor.
Aquí lo puedes cambiar.
¿Cómo se por aquí? Ok, perfecto. Ok. Bueno, yo no tengo la destreza de Patricia. Mientras ella trabajaba, yo la envidiaba. Yo me enredo muchísimo. Bueno, permítanme en primer lugar agradecerle a la CIPAL y a CELA de su gentil invitación, que nos permite compartir con ustedes eh, esta reunión tan inteligente y exponer algunas cosas que venimos haciendo. Bueno, yo traje un documento que se refería a cuestiones de política migratoria en la que estamos trabajando, pero en la medida en que ayer se fue desarrollando la reunión, dije, bueno, me parece que debemos de cambiar la intención porque sería un poco repetitivo ese paper. Y lo que le traigo en cambio es un relato de una experiencia de política migratoria fracasada desde cierto punto de vista, pero que tiene lecciones sumamente interesantes de cara al mundo por venir. Me refiero, aquí tú ves que soy medio inútil, ayúdame. No, me refiero a una experiencia que se dio en el país en el 2014 relativa a un programa de regularización migratoria para extranjeros. Trataré de narrarle esta historia. Bueno, en primer lugar, pásalo. Bien, en primer lugar, vale la pena señalar por qué se produce ese plan de regularización. Yo sentí ayer la idea en el ambiente de que los planes de regularización son algo así como iniciativas de los estados que intentan poner un poco de orden en el asunto de la irregularidad. Es así desde cierto punto de vista, pero la cosa es más complicada. No podemos entender este plan de regularización sin un antecedente histórico importante. Hasta ese plan de regularización, la manera del Estado dominicano controlar la estadía y la movilidad del trabajo inmigrante, sobre todo de origen haitiano, era lo que pudiéramos decir una lógica de exclusión selectiva, cuyo ejemplo más señero es el batey del azúcar y la intervención militar en el manejo de flujos controlados en el esquema de braceros movilizados por las Fuerzas Armadas. En los años 80, ese modelo se cayó al caerse a la industria azucarera. Y en su defecto vino un esquema, si se quiere, de dispersión de la fuerza de trabajo inmigrante por toda la economía agraria primero y luego su traslado a las áreas urbanas. En ese contexto, el país vivió un mundo un proceso de rápida democratización y en Haití cayó la dictadura. Todo esto, la dictadura duvalierista y de su hijo. Todo esto puso a la orden del día en el debate público el tema de la migración y el tema de la indocumentación. Y es en ese marco que tenemos que entender la necesidad que de repente tuvo el Estado de cambiar el marco regulador de la migración con una nueva ley de migración. Y esa ley de migración es la que contenía el mandato para hacer un plan de regularización. De entrada, en la ley se expresa que el plan regulador que se pretendía tenía un carácter esencialmente transitorio. Vale decir, se trataba de una iniciativa que iba a tener una temporalidad limitada de unos 6 meses a partir de la aprobación de la ley. ¿Qué se perseguía con esto? La idea era que en un contexto de generalizada irregularidad, de generalizada indocumentación, un nuevo régimen migratorio de alguna manera sería eficaz, sería ineficaz si no procedía a establecer una iniciativa que redujera a lo mínimo la dimensión de la irregularidad, la dimensión de la indocumentación. Y esa era la idea del plan de regularización que se intentaba impulsar. Pues bien, en ese marco, el gobierno cambió, el nuevo gobierno, el gobierno que aprobó la ley no es el que le tocó aplicar los inicios de la ley y en consecuencia al que le tocaba poner en movimiento el plan de regularización. Ese nuevo gobierno tenía compromisos con fuerzas muy conservadoras que no les interesaba precisamente este esquema. El ejemplo más claro es que en ese nuevo gobierno la preparación del reglamento que aplicaba la ley duró 7 años para elaborarse y ponerse en aplicación. Además, pronto se reveló que la ley que se había aprobado tenía problemas de interpretación constitucional que generaron debates internacionales que todos conocemos y en lo que no me voy a meter. Ahora, ese gobierno no intentaba aplicar el plan de regularización tal como finalmente se aplicó. Lo que sí le interesaba a ese gobierno y sobre todo a un sector de las fuerzas políticas que estaban en el mismo, era de alguna manera impedir que los descendientes de los inmigrantes de alguna manera se les reconociera los derechos de nacionalidad de los cuales estaban investidos según las constituciones que hasta ese momento se habían conocido en el país y sobre todo según la constitución del 2010 que ese mismo gobierno había impulsado. Sin embargo, en esa constitución había un punto de controversia. El Tribunal Constitucional interpretaba que lo que decía la Constitución era aplicable sobre todo en lo adelante, pero en lo retrospectivo daban una lectura retrospectiva del contenido de la ley y decían que a partir de un artículo esos descendientes eran personas en tránsito y sus padres eran personas irregulares y en consecuencia no tenían derecho a ser dominicanos. Eso generó una controversia brutal. El Tribunal Constitucional zanjó el problema con una sentencia que establecía esa lectura que les acabo de señalar, pero decía que a quienes se le habían otorgado ya papeles y se les habían quitado esos papeles o estaban en cuestionamiento esos papeles, se les debía reconocer ese derecho y que automáticamente se le entregara sus papeles. Pero los que no tenían documentos, y estoy hablando de los hijos, debían someterse a un procedimiento mediante el cual ellos tenían que participar de algún mecanismo que los igualara con sus padres inmigrantes. Y es ahí que interviene la necesidad del plan de regularización. No había mecanismo que permitiera, en términos institucionales, resolver ese problema. Y en consecuencia el plan nace como resultado de una necesidad que no tiene que ver con la regularización. ¿Cuál? La idea de que los descendientes tenían que hacerse partícipes del plan para poder por ahí acceder al derecho a la naturalización. Entonces eso generó toda una controversia que obligó al gobierno, por mandato constitucional del tribunal, a aplicar un plan de regularización acelerado, un plan que fue conculcado y frente al cual el gobierno no estaba convencido. En ese proceso cambió el gobierno y el gobierno presente, del cual yo soy parte, se enfrentó a un problema. Llegamos al poder en un equilibrio de fuerzas que nos obligó a un equilibrio de compromiso con fuerzas que no eran forzosamente la del partido de gobierno. Y eso implicó, y ahí le voy a pedir a Francesco un segundito, implicó una situación muy difícil. Por un lado, el gobierno tenía compromisos políticos con fuerzas conservadoras, pero por otro lado, las fuerzas democráticas mayoritarias que le habían impulsado llevaban a la necesidad de buscar un mecanismo que recuperara el plan de regularización. ¿El resultado qué fue? El resultado es, y aquí con esto estoy concluyendo, las fuerzas conservadoras logran que el plan sea sometido a una auditoría. Esa auditoría ha fracasado porque sencillamente no había un interés político porque se culminara. Pero la necesidad de la regularización estaba ahí. El resultado es que hoy día, de alguna manera, hay un plan de alguna forma muerto, hay un compromiso disperso, difuso de regularización que ha ido tomando la forma de involucrar a los empresarios en una lógica de acuerdos reguladores sectorialmente. Y esto yo creo que es un avance. Pero por otro lado, hay la pérdida de una oportunidad de oro que tuvimos con el plan de regularización, de comenzar a resolver un problema secular como el que intentaba resolver el plan. Como ustedes ven, lo que quiero dejarle como reflexión es que los programas y las políticas reguladoras no son solo el resultado de voluntades políticas y de decisiones de gobiernos. Son el producto de una matriz compleja de situaciones, de la intervención de actores diversos frente a los cuales los gobiernos de una u otra forma se tienen que mover. Sin entender eso, no vamos a poder nunca tener políticas realistas, viables y que resulten en compromisos sostenibles. Es lo que básicamente quería yo en este momento plantear. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Wilfredo.
Thank you very much, Wilfredo.
Muchas gracias por esa reflexión.
Thank you very much for those reflections on the context of the Haitian migration in the Republic of Dominica. 2 points I would like to emphasize. On the one hand, is to see how many aspects that were shared yesterday by our colleague Niran Kulanch from the School of Mexico in terms of the Haitian migration towards Cuba. As of 100 years already, we start seeing it again in the most recent history, contemporary of the Dominican Republic, I would say, and the reality is political. And the context and the multiplicity of players that today mean the governance of migration, including labor, migration and social level inclusion of migrants, is particularly difficult and complex to be tackled. So, without further ado, I will now offer the floor to our third panelist, Marcela Torres. She's the national president of Apurumpo within the Ministry of Justice in Chile. Thank you, Francesco. Good morning to all of you. Personally, in my capacity of national president of the National Association of the Corporation of Judicial Assistants of the metropolitan area, we would like to thank you for the invitation that has been made to us. For us, it is also a privilege to be here and to be able to participate in this seminar in terms of the best use and contribution of international migration to the sustainable development in Latin American and Caribbean countries. So I would like to tell you about an experience that we had as representative of workers in the same space that was sharing several players, several actors. And first of all, I would like, as I was saying, it is a privilege because it gathered our group, which is made up by lawyers, men and women, psychologists, sociologists, managerial, administrative staff from several lines of service and attention to vulnerable people. Also, juridical technicians. And it calls us to reflect on the migrating population here in our country through the dialogue with authorities and also specialized people in terms of the migrating legislation. And to us, the most important thing, this dialogue and reflection from the ambit of the human rights, which places in the core of the recognition and potentiality of the contribution made by migration to the development of Chile, and also mainly to what the centrality of the work is. It is also a privilege because it reminds us, once again, reboosts us in these orientation in concrete data to continue to be able to work from our area in terms of the access to justice of those migrating people in our country. So I would like to tell you about an experience that we went through, that we lived, quite an experience that we lived through in the same place, and we celebrate in this same branch on March 16 here as well, which was called the Strengthening Day for the Capacities to be able to have access of just migrating people in Chile. Said activity was organized by our association, an association of staff representative of workers, officials, which was made up by the Ministry of Justice. And we organized this precisely together with CELADE and also with ECLAC. And this was reinforced also by the presence of several authorities. As part of these authorities, we had the Minister of Justice and also Luis Cordero, and Human Rights Minister, of course. And also we were able to gather a great amount of other authorities who were also interested in these topics. Yesterday, precisely, there was someone talked about, after a consultation that someone asked us regarding yesterday, saying, why are we still missing other players here? And I can tell you that during this activity, we gathered all those involved, all the players, all the actors, and operators part of this topic. And particularly, we were interested in having the Minister of Justice here because the main activity of our service, the program, really is access to justice. And during this day, this is an incredible experience as a labor practice, and also, with no doubt, it enriched the work we carry of those migrations, hundreds of officials that we have from of the four corporations of judicial assistance because we belong to one of them. However, we made this invitation extensive to all the workers of all the corporations of judicial assistance in the country, which in fact, and compared to the absence of activities that we have in formation on the side of our employing institution, which is depends on the Ministry of Justice precisely. This was organized with ECLAC and with the support of CEPAL, ECLAC, and CELAL. We were able to learn about these concepts, legal concepts, and in many cases, those who here concentrate on the defending officials who make up all these offices of labor defense. We are the first institutional contacts that migrants have when they ever have economic difficulties or being abused in regards to the work they perform, many times very poor in our country. So it's clear to us that one of the major contributions made because of the presentations yesterday of these migrating populations are precisely to be a main force of work, an active force of work, with no doubt. It goes to the growth and it adds to the growth of the GDP. So we believe that this gateway to the state of Chile, considered with the migrants, is always very vulnerable due to the absence of networks of knowledge regarding the Chilean legislation and general information. And many times also with difficulties, language barriers, and very limited economic resources, which many times turns them into sources or targets for abuse. We value the new tools precisely that we have taken up during that day in March, because what's true is that as a judicial corporation and as officials of the same, we have the duty to render good service to those who demand this with the opportunities and capacities and the dignity that people deserve, particularly in terms of the vulnerability that could be they expect or search for a better future in our country. We also have the obligation to take care of the fact that the labor relationships that where they are involved should be framed within the principles that Patricia here has just mentioned. Decent work, a concept which was coined here by Juan Sabavia, a diplomat, renowned diplomat in Chile, which refers to the decent work and those four topics you talked about: the rights in the work, opportunities in employment, the social protection, and also social dialogue. Many times before we took this up during this activity that we carried out on March 16, and this is why I reiterate that we value this and we thank for this. Within the institution, we value it as a good labor practice, which has empowered the capacities of officials for the execution of this sound work. And this is the feedback that we've received. Is not only those who are members of this association and our group, but also all the workers of these entities and the other three corporations. Was unanimous in that appreciation. That said day was excellent, that we missed it. It was very useful and very enriching. Therefore, I would like to state that all those presentations during that day are available in our website of that strengthening day. They are on the web www.afum.cl. And likewise, we share them with all those who were part of the corporation during the activity. We spread them in all the media and social networks, and the major effort, educational effort carried out, which has to do with the importance that we give to all the matters that were tackled during that occasion. Furthermore, I would like to mention also that on May 4th, due to the synergy that was produced with all those here, we carried out a workshop in the Alberto University that we repeated, a workshop parallel to the Professor Magdalena Rodriguez, who yesterday was also here with us regarding the new migration law and innovations and challenges for the better use of contributions of migrating population. This activity, which was online, had more than 100 participants, which is very much for us, a great number. And in fact, this workshop was carried out here also in a parallel fashion in March. And here in the CLAG branch, also aimed at the officials of the corporation of the judicial assist. As a FUMCA, we are convinced of what we're doing and what was allowed for us to do. What we need to continue to do, we need to share these manners and how to present the synergy. We hope that all the activities that are carried out will be a step to strengthen the national capacity in terms of formulating and implementing new public policies and development plans which will make the best of these benefits. We would like to, above anything else, we'd like to thank, particularly we'd like to thank our gratitude towards Simone Cecchini, Director of ECLAC, CEPAL, ECLAC, Celade, Bergacana, Jorge Martínez, María Elena, Margo Rovira, María José Torres, Macho, Camila Savedo, from the UN, the Director of National Directorate of Work, Patricia Roa, in those days. But particularly, we'd like to say hello to our friend from ECLA Sumasosa and the entire team who are with us here, who saw in us this capacity, this possibility of being able to carry out. They saw the vision that we could carry us out with great professionalism, ability of management, with great care and a good practice that took place. I have 1 minute left, but I'm very short on this, so I would like to just say that actually there was a prior and after that opportunity, and so this is a great use to us as ministers of the courts and who heard our problems in terms of the access to justice. And before and after, I would like to say that it was such that today the migrants who do not have national documents, they are not requested this to be able to really apply. Or those migrants who are in fact have no documents in a regular fashion, they are demanded national documents to be able to be a witness. Starting from that day, actually, they're not being demanded these documents anymore. So I would like to end by saying that to us, as I said, we are an entry gate, such as a decent work. This is a key to dignity. Access to justice is, in fact, a gateway for migrants to the institutionality in Chile. We want to continue to learn, become a sound gateway towards access to justice, because it's also access to social peace, a firm, solid gateway. Should have knobs and be able to open it this way, offering an opportunity free of discrimination and better use of the migration that comes to our country. That's justice. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marcela, for sharing with us the results of this fabulous and successful day of work on March 16th here in Chile. And also, in a more general manner, to put on the table this challenge to access to justice for those workers, migrating workers. And also, he would like to connect with what my colleague Patricia said in her intervention, stating that the working rights as part of the human rights of people are not subject to any migrating status, an irregular status, and any worker, migrant worker, refugee, national, should be able to use these. And in many countries in the region, still there are many blocks for this to take place. And I believe that it's fundamental this work that they carry. It's a good practice also to be able to share with the rest of the region. So thank you very much. Now we will go over and offer the floor to Fausto Ñiguez, who, as I said, is the Undersecretary National of Migration of Ecuador, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. It is a great honor to be here with all of you who represent a criteria at world level that is very relevant. And so, sharing with you this moment, I believe, is essential, as we can do a lot making decisions together, but above all, integrally, regionally. We cannot see human mobility as isolated country, as though Ecuador has one policy, but Chile has another, and any other country has their own policy. I believe that if we do that, we are making a mistake. So when we speak of human mobility, we must speak as a regional level and make important decisions. I would like to begin with an essential principle that we consider when we say that strengthening migration that is regular, orderly, and safe as a first step to true economic and social integration. If we want to do things right, let's do them right from the start. That is, so that all citizens, migrants, may enjoy their rights we should really include them as appropriately. Ecuador, I believe, and I am going to speak to you about the good practice so that the process of regulatory uh, formalization is successful. It began in 2022 with the pandemic, and when we saw that many citizens, especially from Venezuela, were crossing the border, many through official border crossings, but many more through unofficial border crossings, exposed to lack of safety. And so these processes, migratory process, require a holistic approach, and that we have been doing, and I consider that we've done quite well. Now, what happens with these processes? Where you begin with a migratory register and migration, where I am responsible for migratory regulation, but we do the control. And sometimes the control, the operational side, as national police as well as migration, we see a different reality, very different. And we see the presence of so many crimes that sometimes are unimaginable. And after drug trafficking and weapons trafficking, you have illegal migrant trafficking. This is not easy. It is complicated. But as we also say in Ecuador, you must take the bull by the horns and start doing things well and help. So the migration process begins with a certificate of stay in the country. Through an executive order, there's an amnesty of these migratory breaches, so that the citizens that embark on the process, they begin with this amnesty for the fines. But then there is a process with the Foreign Office, and where they are given a special visa, the VIRTEC, and then the civil registry service for the person to have an ID number. And as such, they are part of a system of economic and social integration. And so, if we're going to do things, let's do them properly. So, all state institutions play a role. So, we had begun with this process. Now, what happened? In phase one, priority was given to those Venezuelan citizens that had entered through official border crossings with their family. This began in the 1st of September. And then an interesting second phase with for citizens of different nationalities that went through official border crossings. And now, since February the 17th, we're in the process of regulating those citizens from Venezuela and their families that entered via unofficial border crossings, no matter where, but that they are already in Ecuador. Very relevant activities were carried out in terms of registration, biometric data. Unfortunately, in Venezuela, we have this complexity, so that if a Venezuelan citizen wants to ask for an ID card or passport or any document, it is very difficult for them to do this. And so Ecuador, through an executive decree, allows them to present us an ID card. It doesn't matter if it is past due or what, but we've given them many facilities which are relevant, and we cannot lose sight of that sense of humanity that sometimes is left aside. It is important somehow to mention this, because the reality that they live is very complex, and we see it in the migration control, we as policemen as well as migration officers. And so there is a confirmation of the migration registration, and then they go to the civil registry service. We have 77 offices in the country. This is important to be mentioned. How many citizens have we given this certificate of migration stay? 164,335 people. This data is important. That is, I believe that we have progressed quite well. The Foreign Office, correct me if I'm wrong, we've already handed out 50,000 visas. And we as migration are a little further ahead in the process, because that's where the regulation process begins. And we are a bit more advanced, whereas the Foreign Office is already still in phase 2, but we've already started with phase 3. And these details are relevant, and I'm going to go through these statistics quite quickly, but which are important, of course, but you can see them later in detail, but they are quite relevant. Now, and here you have the data of the phase 1, 2, and 3 since we started in today. First phase, 108,246 Venezuelan citizens. Second phase, all foreign citizens in Ecuador of different nationality. And one of the main nationalities was Colombia, followed by Cuba, Chile, Argentina, Dominican Republic, Brazil, in Mexico, and United States and Spain. 5,894 in phase 3, Venezuelan citizens, 50,136 Venezuelans that entered through irregular border crossings until August this year. And there are so many concerns, many issues come up that we must see. We had spoken to Colombia. With Colombia, we have an excellent relationship, and we speak of a word that it's not easy to carry it out at a state and regional level. We're talking about the corridors, migratory corridors, safe, decent. Because when we speak of humanitarian corridors, those are more difficult circumstances, but it is important to consider that when we speak of migration corridors, we are involving the states, the different states. And when we say states, we must also speak of a unification of legal criteria. I'm talking about people admitted to Ecuador, and I would like Peru to talk about the same criteria so you as international agencies should support us so that in the region we may speak a same legal language. We should have no borders. And so maybe our people don't have borders, but we do. What happens if we as states do not take on this role of creating these corridors or any other situation and we don't do it? Well, it's going to be done by the criminal organizations. And there, yes, we're leaving these citizens defenseless. What happens when we only do preventive activity? But the origin of the problem is not that we're helping these citizens to come in or to follow their trips through irregular means. We could give them help and give them psychological help. But what's the point of that? These people have already been labor exploited, sexually exploited. So what is the point in me servicing them and then say, okay, I wish you well, because they're going to continue along on a regular path. So these issues seem very hard and difficult, we must consider that from another viewpoint. Holistic, as a state, legislation, regional legislation, unified systems, technology. We're a few days of signing an agreement with Peru. We signed an agreement with Colombia, Mexico, and the USA, and we're a few days away of doing it with Peru for the exchange of information. Dynamic, efficient. That is what it's about. Identifying the problem and providing a solution. So this involves many difficulties, yes, but also many good things, and we should not lose sight of the overall human meaning of servicing these people, because really we have experienced this and it is very complex. But the problem is already there and it's up here, but the origin is down here. And within this space, there's room where we can intervene. So it's up to us to make the best possible decisions and strengthen human mobility with dignity, safety, and in a highly regulated manner. So I thank you for your attention, and I hope not to have exceeded my time, Francesco. Thank you. Thank you very much, Undersecretary Iñiguez, for sharing the experience of Ecuador within the context of the regularization of migrants in the beginning with Venezuelan migrants, but also people from other countries. And for having highlighted the relevance of collaboration on the one hand, internally within the country, collaboration among my interior migration, foreign affairs, and the Ministry of Labor for the labor integration, and then also regional integration. In regional spaces, you gave several examples of bilateral agreements with other countries, but also the relevance of collaboration. That happens in multilateral arenas, for example, in terms of coordination within the context of human mobility from Venezuela, the Quito process in the region. And so, from the labor viewpoint, for example, countries adopted in the Lima chapter the regional strategy for socioeconomic integration of migrants and refugees coming from Venezuela. And this is also a step ahead towards that regular, safe, and orderly migration and the integration, social labor, and inclusion of these persons, which is the uh, topic of today's panel. So I thank all panelists, and I think that now we have some minutes for Q&A and discussion for the four speakers of this panel, but also, as Pamela said at the start, also the four panelists of yesterday evening, the last panel of the evening on data sources. Census, surveys, administrative records, and new data sources on migration. We had the IDB online and four representatives of the statistic and demographic departments in Chile, Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. And we did not have sufficient time to have a discussion and Q&A. And so now we're going to have a somewhat extended session for our four panelists, but also those from the last panel of yesterday evening. So I open the floor for discussion. Yes? The Vice Minister of Costa Rica. Yes, good morning, everyone. A comment on a good practice that we have in Costa Rica related to access to justice for migrants and refugees. This is in operation now for many years, about 15. We have a commission within the judicial branch at Judicatura in my country. And this is presided by a magistrate, and little by little, we have made judges and justice operators in Costa Rica precisely to see that the access that migrants and refugee people must have. Because before, what happened is that someone did not want a household worker coming from Nicaragua, and so they just threw her out and did not pay any labor social contributions. So this was a chain, but the migration law of 2010 introduced a category, a special migration category known as it's asked for by the judges or legal persons for these migrants to have a pension, a food income, a criminal and civil counseling. And this has led to preventing many injustices because if people are living in an irregular manner, they thought that they had no right to access justice and that they were defenseless. But as of 7 years, more or less, the public defense in the country defends migrants persons, regardless of their migration status, whether they're regular or irregular. And so I'm saying this has been a very good practice. And another thing, another good practice, even in terms of persons, foreigners deprived of freedom in the country. In Costa Rica, in the penitentiary system, there is a possibility for persons to study or learn a trade or be immersed in the education system. But part of the requirements were to have an updated ID. And so today, this documents or enables people deprived of their freedom for they too to have the possibility of social re-inclusion. And so when they fulfill their sentence, they may have to return to their country, but it is a way of recognizing their rights. And I wanted to mention this because this has been very successful in our country. And really, I believe that if others could consider it as a good practice, we would be pleased to help out. So, those who would like to hear more as to how these new legal instruments have worked in order to ensure the access to justice and social re-inclusion of these migrants and refugees. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Minister. And yes, I believe that Costa Rica has been one of the first, maybe the first country in the region to have a national policy for access to justice for migrants and refugees, and a national commission that ensures the enforcement of the policy. And so we make use of all regional spaces to promote this because we consider it to be a very good practice.
Solicitó la palabra
So the Abelardo Morales asked for the floor. Abelardo from National University of Costa Rica. Thank you very much. Maybe because my professional or academic deformation, I'm very much concerned by concepts and categories. And in this sense, I try to link the outcome of the discussion of two panels because we are suffering, we are debating in migration style, the invisibilization of the phenomena of work migration under different concepts to say today migration is not strictly work migration, as if the need for a work will disappear from migration. And I think that I use the concept which is not mine. It's from Alexander Betts, the concept of survival migration. From that concept, we have reflected that in the devaluation of right experienced by migrant people along the corridor of pathway, not only origin but a destination. The synonym of a devaluation or loss of rights is cheaper labor, not only at the place of destination, but along the corridor. The migrants go and are losing the rights little by little. The cost of their labor, it's becoming cheaper and cheaper because no matter where they arrive, they have to be inserted in survival conditions. And I also said that regarding this, the need to connect the two levels of analysis or discussion that we have been experiencing here during these 2 days. On the one side, I think that we have a very important regulatory architecture at the different fields of migration, but the challenge is how to connect the regulatory architecture with local regulation, local decisions, and the local regulations and laws. In some countries, this has been a success, and we have examples of good practice around the table, but for others, challenges are significant, but I see the other way around. We have significant databases, empiric evidence that's very good or proper with some failures and shortcomings locally, but we lack the instrument that allows us to dimension the migration at other levels of discussion or analysis, particularly in the regional and global field. I use ONDESA statistic, and every time I submit a document with ONDESA statistic, they question me that such a statistic are poor statistic. They don't cover the reality of migration because they hide the process of in-transit migration. So the big challenge is to connect new concepts with developing new methodologies to contribute with evidence of what is uh, taking place in migration as of today. Thank you. Thank you, Abelardo, for presenting again the issue of data in the final part of your words, and also survival migration, which is linked to a deficit of a decent work, and also with the lack of decent work, and also the lack of linkage sometimes between international regulation and local regulations. And I think that in a given country, the country. It's an historic stage in which it's particularly difficult to promote the ratification and implementation of a convention on the rights of migrant workers, as Patricia mentioned, Convention 143 of the ILO, which has not been ratified by most countries in Latin America. Maybe we need to focus better in working with the judicial system so they can apply other agreements not targeting exclusively migrant workers, but can be applied to migrants and refugees. In the case of labor laws, the general and ILO convention can be and must be applied, in fact, to in context of migrant work. And so it is important to know what is the intervention, the most adequate strategy for intervening in a local historic context in order to at least minimize and prevent those deficits on decent work. I want to repeat the comments of my colleagues from Colegio de Mexico yesterday, the history and the play, and what we just recently said, listened about Dominican Republic and the importance of moving ahead as to rights and the good practice in Chile through judicial assistance that empowers migrants. But I think that we need to refer to refugees because these are people that need more protection. And in this sense, I want to highlight the work made in Costa Rica in training and in providing information to people on the move about their rights. We do not lose our rights when we move from our countries of origin. When we go out of our countries of origin, we need more reinforcement of what are our rights. So I need to really stress and congratulate ICLAC initiative along with the Judicial Assistance Corporation, because migrant workers, particularly refugees in irregular situation, are the most vulnerable, and they are exposed to greater vulneration and are afraid to the lack of exercise of their rights. Thank you. And I want to also give the floor to our colleague from Colegio de Mexico. If there are no further requests for taking the floor, we are then giving 1 minute for each one of the panel members for final comment. Thank you. Good morning. I have two questions very rapidly. Question to Wilfredo on the situation of regularization of Haitian descendant population in Dominican Republic. In your intervention, you said that the regularization plan, it's finished, it's or dead. What are the perspective or positions or these persons to be recognized or acknowledged in their nationality? What are the possibilities or perspective? This is my first question. My second question is about children, because these are not only, they are no longer children, they are adults that are descendants and they all have their own children. So what are the guarantees or the safeguards for those third generation children? Are they really guarantees that they will not live on the same situation than their parents and grandparents? These are my questions. Thank you very much. I'm going to give the floor to Patricia Abarca from Mexico, and then we give the floor to the members of the panel. Good morning. I want to refer to yesterday panel on the information, production of information. To me, this is key. in the good practices website of the United Nations, we have more to 238 good practices. And among these 238 good practices, there's not a single one regarding the generation of information. And I think that migration is one of the issues that it's the most important for generation of information, which is one of the most difficult to measure accurately. I am demographist. Demography phenomenon. Migration is one of the most difficult phenomena for measuring. So a good practice would be to generate information on migration and these different aspects within these different sources, using the different sources that we have from censuses, surveys, and statistics, but particularly administrative records are those that are crucial or essential to work to a greater detail and depth. We have worked a lot with censuses. We have significant history in census generation, and they very fit in how to do this, but we need to focus more in administrative records and how harmonize them among countries and how to pay attention to each one of the definitions and measures. And we always need to ask ourselves, what are we going to measure? That's the core, because we can put a lot of things, but this question that the what you collect, what are you going to measure with your questions? On the other side, this is one practice that we need to maintain or keep. Second, the dissemination of information on migration and the use thereof. I have been a member of work groups in which we assess the information by INEGE. And one of the demands of civil society or complaint is that they lack knowledge to be able to understand each one of the indicators generated. So what can we do so that the general population will be able to understand, and how can we collaborate so to educate the general population in understanding the existing information and that can be used to for their own rights. One example that we have is the journalists are the ones that disseminate a lot of information, and many occasions they are not well trained in understanding indicators and the generation of information they are reading. They read and they interpret information from the journalist perspective, sometimes in a very unclear way. Sometimes the information that are disseminated is not the more adequate. So one of our tasks and our good practice is to train in understanding the interpretation of indicators that already the statistic bureaus of each country do have. And they made a lot of efforts to produce this information. So we need to collaborate so this group of people that disseminate information would use the information in the best way possible, so general population would understand and civil society organization also understand them. Thank you, Patricia. We're a little late on times, but two interventions mentioned in yesterday panel. Some members of the panel of yesterday, maybe they want to take the floor and react to comments made. And then I'm going to give the floor briefly to each one of the members of the panel of today for closing.
Muy brevemente, sí, yo creo que es una buena instancia buscar sumarnos a las buenas prácticas. Estábamos conversando con los colegas recién, no lo habíamos pensado desde la mirada estadística y de la concreta, o sea, de la consecución de los datos. creo que homogenizar conceptos es un trabajo que estamos tratando de realizar desde hace unos 3 años más o menos, desde que empezamos a buscar. Nos hemos ilusionado incluso con hacer una especie del recorrido de los migrantes y poder medir los flujos entre los países, pero creemos que lo primero es unificar conceptos, unificar medidas y poder empezar a hacer trabajos en conjunto que nos puedan llevar a eso. Es un desafío no menor para las ONES de la región, que tienen que primero homogenizar dentro de su país para posteriormente homogenizar a nivel regional. Pero creo que es un lindo desafío al menos.
Muchas gracias. Muchos desafíos que quedan sobre la mesa, pero alentador ver cómo varios esfuerzos ya están en curso. Bueno, como les decía, vamos a volver a pasarle la palabra a nuestros panelistas de esta mañana. Sugiero que empecemos por el sentido contrario, tal vez vayamos empezando por Fausto de Ecuador y les pido ser muy breves, por favor, a los 4 por allá.
Bueno, como conclusiones y de este panel, importante el trabajo interinstitucional, tanto interno como externo de países, el intercambio de información. Inclusive ustedes saben que cada país internamente, cada institución tiene un sistema diferente, cada uno de otro. Entonces estos temas importantes visualizarlos, pero también cuando firmamos el convenio con algunos países, ahí unificamos esta interfaz en los sistemas y eso ayuda mucho a ser eficientes al momento de tomar ciertas decisiones en la identificación de personas con ciertas alertas, ¿no? Entonces, importante este tema del intercambio de información tecnológico y lo que decía nuestra amiga, también el tema de la producción de la información. En Ecuador ya contamos con un CMI importante con la identificación de variables plenamente establecidas y con la caracterización de las mismas. Entonces, sí nos permite visualizar varias aristas en cuanto a la información migratoria, pero que la misma también se vincula con otros problemas delictivos, entonces sí hay que visualizarle, como digo siempre, holísticamente. Información bien tratada, bien analizada para mejor toma de decisiones. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Fausto. Adelante, por favor, Marcela.
Muchas gracias. Sí, y yo quiero rescatarlo de las buenas prácticas laborales y especialmente la contribución que pueden hacer el mundo del trabajo y los gremios en esto de la discusión, del trabajo conjunto. Y desde mi punto de vista, desde el acceso a la justicia, bueno, aquí hemos hablado del derecho al trabajo, el derecho al trabajo decente, el trabajo digno, pero la verdad es que todo aquello queda en nada si las personas migrantes, los nacionales también, ¿no es cierto?, no tienen la posibilidad de ser justiciables aquellos derechos. Por eso creo que, como recalcaba, que seamos una puerta de entrada, el acceso a la justicia es fundamental. Me voy a contactar con la colega que hablaba de Costa Rica, de su buena práctica laboral también. Creo que es muy oportuno que podamos seguir contactándonos entre nosotros en estos espacios. Y me quedo también con otra preocupación que lo planteo acá, que es la preocupación de las garantías para la infancia, que hablaba un colega que está allá también. ¿Qué pasa con los niños, niñas y adolescentes, hijos de los migrantes, ¿no es cierto?, que actualmente están en una situación también de abandono, no tienen posibilidad de regularizarse educacionalmente, de acceder a la salud, así como hay precariedades para sus padres, también lo hay para los hijos. Y nosotros los vivimos porque tenemos una línea especializada en la Corporación de Asistencia Judicial, que justamente se denomina La niñez y la adolescencia se defiende, pero lamentablemente tenemos aquí una cuestión que vamos a tener que abordar y que nos llevamos también, invitamos aquí a todos los actores para que lo tengan en consideración. Los niños de los trabajadores, desde el ámbito del trabajo lo digo, pero las personas migrantes que también sufren las vulnerabilidades de la legislación y de la institucionalidad que no los acoge.
Muchas gracias. Sin olvidar también a aquellas niñas y niñas víctimas de trabajo infantil en situaciones de movilidad humana, ¿no? Importante. Por favor, Wilfredo.
Sí, bueno, yo soy un poco escéptico en lo inmediato, por una simple razón. En lo inmediato, el país está en una situación electoral, y en esa coyuntura yo creo que lo prudente es no eh, activar el avispero. Hay que, en ese aspecto, yo creo que a ninguna fuerza le interesa eh, eh, entrar en esta discusión. Entonces, en lo inmediato no lo veo muy viable. Sin embargo, yo sí creo que en un plazo inmediato hay posibilidades de que se impulsen programas alternativos de regularización, que se está trabajando en ello. Y la ruta que se está tomando es la de establecer acuerdos regularizadores parciales con sectores económicos, eh, los bananeros, los cafetaleros, etcétera. Y ahí se está trabajando. Yo en el instituto particularmente y en el Consejo de Migración estamos trabajando en esto, y hay perspectivas interesantes. Fuera de que de manera individual muchos migrantes han estado acudiendo a la Dirección de Migración, normalizando sus papeles. Claro, contra esto hay la presión de las políticas de deportación que se han agudizado en ese contexto electoral, por razones obvias. Respecto a los descendientes, es más difícil la situación. Yo no creo que por ahora podamos hacer más que trabajar con los que ya están en proceso de, de, de naturalización, que son unos 8.000. En lo inmediato se puede avanzar ahí, y ACNUR ha hecho un trabajo interesante y se ha logrado cierto avance. Esto es un proceso lento porque encuentra resistencias muy fuertes en determinados sectores de la política nacional. Eh, en mi lectura inmediata no es optimista.
Gracias, Wilfredo. Adelante, Patricia.
Bueno, Wilfredo, yo milito en el optimismo, pero con una porfía. Yo entiendo de dónde viene su reflexión. ¿Y qué anima esta porfía? Algo que alegra ver en todas las palabras es la centralidad de los derechos. Es decir, el paradigma del trabajo decente no es sino la conjunción de reconocer en las personas los derechos fundamentales en el trabajo. Pero quiero decir que si hay algo que hemos aprendido en el Cono Sur y también en la región, es que necesitamos trabajar juntos y juntas, y que esa perspectiva para alcanzar el trabajo decente no es posible sin la gestión de ACNUR para los refugiados, la gestión de OIM para garantizar los medios de vida de las personas migrantes, CEPAL, con su estudio específico que además facilita muchísimo la generación de evidencias y directrices, ONU Mujeres en su preocupación por los derechos de las mujeres migrantes, que están distintos, ¿no? A veces están olvidadas, aunque han equiparado en toda la región la migración masculina, y como se recordaba finalmente los niños, niñas y adolescentes, que muchas veces son a los que menos vemos y reconocemos sus derechos. Entonces, creo que es una manera optimista de terminar este panel, que el desafío de la inclusión sociolaboral es una tarea titánica, pero aquí veo mucha gente con brazos fuertes y musculosos dispuestos a colaborar, y les animo entonces a tener en el centro los derechos de las personas. Creo que esta casa es el símbolo de esto, el reconocimiento de los derechos humanos en su total plenitud, pero no siempre estamos atentos, y hemos olvidado en este camino que recorren por toda la región, ríos, cordilleras, mar, también a Chile llegan por el mar, un conjunto muy importante de hermanos migrantes con sus familias, con sus niños. Entonces creo que me alegraba mucho escuchar No olvidemos lo humano, subdirector, porque a veces desde la autoridad eso es muy difícil. Así que cuente con Naciones Unidas y con toda esta asamblea aquí reunida, que hay un conjunto de muchas voces y fuerzas para garantizar todos los derechos y el trabajo decente para las personas refugiadas y migrantes. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Patricia. Y creo que esa nota de optimismo es la mejor forma de concluir este panel, que creo que ha sido impresionante desde el punto de vista de la diversidad de perspectivas que hemos tenido alrededor de la inclusión sociolaboral de las personas migrantes. Y antes de devolverle la palabra a la colega Pamela de CELA de CEPAL, sí les invito a agradecer a los panelistas con un aplauso final. Muchas gracias.
Sí, lo único que nos queda ahora para mejorar el cierre del panel es proponer una modificación en el programa de hoy y es adelantar el café que teníamos para ahora porque estamos un poquito atrasados. Así que los invitamos a la pausa del café ahora por los próximos 20 minutos y de ahí con fuerza renovada seguimos con los dos paneles siguientes. Les invitamos.
We want to invite you to take your seats again so we can resume with the following panel.
Seguimos entonces.
When we resume now with panel number 7, private sector and migrant workers. Multiple contributions and mutual benefit that will be moderated by our colleague and neighbor, Jose Estai from IOM Chile. Jose, the floor is yours. Thank you, Pamela. And we really appreciate that we have the cafe that will renew our energy. I need to really appreciate this space in which we are meeting around that allows us to generate the significant bilateral spaces, which are very important for our roles. In panel number 7, the name is Private Sector and Migrant Workers, Multiple Contributions and Mutual Benefits. In this sense, the idea of the panel is to provide the angle of researchers from private and public sector on challenges represented by incorporating migrant labor to the work market with a view of favoring inclusion, diversity, and the generation of workspaces free from discrimination. I want to thank the framework that was provided by the previous panel, especially our colleagues with ILO, with which we develop collaborative work, which is very valuable for integrating migrant people and also data and information that was also discussed in the International Forum of Migration Statistic in January this year. Now, let me introduce our first panelist. She is Catalina Martinez. She is the director of the AMDI Foundation from Colombia for over 18 years. She has been working in social, economic, and cultural program oriented to vulnerable population. I will be very strict in the use of time. And when there's 3 minutes left, I will ring my little bell or my glass bell. And I hope that this is a space for that will nurture us with a lot of information and knowledge for the public policies to service migrant people. Welcome, Catalina. Thank you very much to Celare and CEPAL for inviting us. There are 3 questions I've been developing in this conversation. First, what are the characteristics of migrant workers incorporated into the private sector and the entrepreneurs? First, let me recognize or acknowledge, express my commitment and relationship to the rights focus and approach, because we need to reindicate and ensure for the inclusion of migrant population. We need to generate trust from all stakeholders, because we need to break paradigm and start a conversation in which culture, inclusion, and diversity inside companies, a private company, will be a permanent line of work. Not only we need to trust in terms of the competences or skills, but also in the values and wills and life project, which is underneath all the process of developing this vulnerable population. At the who we are, and the National Association of Business Corporation, we have over 1,400 companies, and we contribute with 21% of Colombia's GDP. We are organized in 4 production sectors, And we want to exercise democracy, free business, and provide for new markets and generate opportunities for all. In the framework for ANDI and the foundation, we have created what we call inclusive competitiveness strategy as a mechanism to reinforce companies and business in their private social investment strategy with a shared value model to ensure the inclusion of vulnerable population in the value chain. It is a strategy which is in parallel and other strategies as our corporate social development. It generates in this line migrant population in Colombia because of the Venezuelan migrant has been a line of work. And first we started working to including in the universe of vulnerable population we identified, among which we have people on destitute, the poverty line, etc., and those that are reintegrated, what we call internally displaced people, handicapped people, and ethnic or indigenous population, migrant population in the east of Venezuela, particularly from the east of Venezuela. It's a very specific opportunity because we think that labor integration at the formal market is not only a talent, but a great opportunity. It's a win-win for all communities and countries. And we have the opportunity to work under as in partnerships for greater effectiveness. The question, what are the main characteristics or attributes of migrant workers, made us reflect that we approached those challenges from a learning perspective, understanding the dynamics, how to address within the legal framework, how to ensure labor relationship, and within these dynamics, we have our partnering with different organizations in a model we call inclusive job. We want to include from education, high school, tertiary education, and employment. What are the barriers faced by vulnerable population, including migrant within vulnerable population, to understand the history and how to develop strategy that may ensure and guarantee the creation of opportunity. In our national report of inclusive job in third edition since 2021, we make references to figures that for 2021 we have 2.5 million people from Venezuela. From that population, a great part of it that participated in that was placed in employments from 2016-21. We covered over 250 people, but less than 50% acceded to orientation and information. I think that most of the skills and competences from migrants and refugees is because they have a good level of education and skill training, because 20% of those people, they have the opportunity to complete higher education, and 30% ended high school, compared to the figures in Colombia, in which only high school graduates is only 40% complete high school in Colombia. So if we have a migrant population that has in their education, high school education, even 70% of this migrant population has completed high school. So they have abilities and capacities that, in addition to the demographic bonus, they have a qualification very useful for companies as regard human talent. We have found in many cases in companies that we've studied that what are the main competences. Perdón, hay un ruido de fondo. I cannot translate. Now, this is a list. These are the soft competences or skills that allow migrant population in what we saw in the cases in companies here, Claro, Paco, Diane, and Georgie, and Frisbee. These are businesses. There's a coincidence that adaptability to work and team, resilience, creativity, initiative, ability for decision making are skills that in programs that are designed to link we have found in migrant population. In Colombia, Claro Colombia is a telecom oriented to through their suppliers to create migrant programs for work for migrants in a program called Sierra Sin Fronteras that promotes tolerance, respect to differences, rolling out career and promotion and job mobility. 65% of the company were vulnerable population, and by 2020 they have a strong percentage of migrant Venezuelan population. Diana Jordi, an apparel company that promotes equality among collaborators, both Venezuelan and Colombian, stressing that both groups were born in the same territory and they have qualification for human resources that decrease the turnover and improved production indicator. As in Frisbee and Pafgo, they have been able to integrate the model of training adapted to the specific population. In terms of the second question, what are the concrete benefits that can be reported when migrant population are included in the private sector? Migrants in general contribute with a demographic bonus, and for Colombia, 60% of the population is between 18 and 59 years old. So among benefits are better productivity indicators, lower turnover. They are employment that are less attractive for Colombian people that are basically for call centers and position in commercial areas or services such as restaurants and leisure that are occupied that are an opportunity for migrant population. To this extent, the cultural exchange also we see there are benefits and as reported by the company, the possibility to improve the innovation and to propose change from considering new ways of solving problems. And this responds to high level of diversity within the company promoted through inclusive practice and the generation of opportunity for people with different profiles, characteristic, and cultural tradition. We know that in the long run, what facilitates for economy, the demand for a market with consumption habits that the migrant population may have generates an additional benefit for the production development. As to the challenges, what are the main challenges and recommendations? In 2021, we published a paper that essentially informs reports of cases as the one we mentioned of these 5 companies organizations that reinforce the skills of migrant population that along with international cooperation and the government and their programs to service this migrant population, they have detected which are the areas in which the main challenges are make evident. And the common denominator, those are the 3 categories: education, documentation, employment. The people are overqualified. So many people that are overqualified are not able to homologate or regularize their diploma. This led them to present to call for bids in which they are overqualified. So we need to have an information sheet so that the person knows that this condition, this person, they are under appreciating their own qualification, but the company must promote basic educational and specific competences we need, and migrant may develop new competences for specific work. And so the learning curve, when we train only migrants in the learning process to learn about some type of content, they learn at a slower pace than when they are with mixed Colombian and Venezuelan people when they attend same training courses. So integration, even during the learning processes, generate a greater performance and develop and learning. Lack of time and resources, which is crucial for developing abilities and competences, because they have to choose between the day-to-day survival resources and go for training courses. The lack of time and basic need involve decisions that sometimes hinder the opportunity for further training, in the perspective that it can be some subsidies and grants in the training program so they can cover their basic needs, so they can go to training courses and have access to opportunity. So
justamente también se habló el tema de registro de población migrante, ya terminó en estas dos. Las transacciones bancarias que al no estar habilitados con un documento legal, en este caso el permiso oficial de permanencia o algún documento específico temporal, pues limita que las personas puedan acceder a tener una cuenta bancaria y a ser vinculadas laboralmente para que les paguen. Falta de información de la legislación local, es muy importante que las personas conozcan sus derechos, cómo son las formas de contratación, porque además sus obligaciones van a estar mediadas por el conocimiento del marco legal laboral en Colombia. El acceso a servicios de salud que les impide superar condiciones, por ejemplo, de visión, de audición y otras, para ser evaluados positivamente en un proceso de selección a nivel de evaluación médica. Y comunicación y conectividad limita que hay oportunidades laborales donde ellos pueden ser convocados que a veces no se les encuentra. Es decir, las bases de datos que se tienen de personas que se registran en una oportunidad o en el sistema público de empleo, dada su movilidad al interior del país o el cambio de teléfonos de contacto, limita muchísimo poder tener una continuidad en un proceso de selección. Por último, el empleo como tal, ya a la hora de ser vinculados o de estar en el proceso de intermediación, hay una dinámica que requiere que las agencias de empleo puedan tener, y vienen haciéndolo, pero siguen siendo unos desafíos, una amplitud y una diversidad de mecanismos de comunicación y de orientación para aprovechar las oportunidades. Por último, las diferencias culturales generan algunos desafíos y dentro de eso las áreas de talento humano tienen la oportunidad de poder diseñar estrategias de integración que saquen el mayor provecho a la oportunidad de esta diversidad. Y por último, el enfoque de género, las mujeres tienen una alta limitación para acceder a oportunidades dado el esquema de atención y de cuidado que tienen en sus hogares, y es importante diseñar convocatorias y procesos de selección al interior de las empresas que les permita generar estas oportunidades. Tenemos una recomendación final y muy importante y tiene que ver con las alianzas institucionales entre gobierno, cooperación internacional, sector empresarial, academia, especialmente y sociedad civil, especialmente en esta ruta donde creemos que es muy importante no solamente generar aprendizajes, articularnos, sino visibilizar los beneficios que genera la población migrante ser contratada por las empresas. Nosotros consideramos que es fundamental promover estas alianzas y en esa medida con varias agencias de Naciones Unidas. Venimos articulando desde hace varios años esta ruta de aprendizaje y consideramos fundamental poder mantener la conversación abierta, porque hay muchos ajustes razonables que las empresas deben hacer, y con esto cierro, al interior de sus políticas de contratación, de gestión del talento humano, que trascienden no solamente el diseño de un perfil, que hay que diseñarlo de otra manera para poder dar oportunidades y que las personas se sientan con la posibilidad de acceder a eso que se está publicando. No solamente eso, sino mantener al interior de las empresas, luego de contratar a la población, unas dinámicas de gestión del talento que permitan, como decimos, aprovechar la diversidad y el beneficio que tiene esta condición de poblaciones que le generan a las empresas ganancias en productividad, disminuir los índices de deserción y propiciar, sobre todo, digamos, un crecimiento económico y sostenido, incluyente y equitativo. Con eso termino. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Catalina, por esta completa presentación de todas las acciones y misión que tiene Fundación Andy. Sin duda, Colombia es un ejemplo muy representativo, pues es además el primer país en número de recepción de refugiados inmigrantes de Venezuela. Por lo tanto, eso no deja de ser un punto relevante y naturalmente que la vinculación que tiene la Fundación Andy a través de esta incorporación de más de 1.400 empresas es muy valioso. Has mencionado también la responsabilidad social empresarial, que no deja de ser importante, porque la responsabilidad social empresarial tiene que estar y debe incluir a las personas migrantes dentro de los ejes de inclusión, diversidad y multiculturalidad. Y naturalmente que lo que mencionas del informe de empleo inclusivo, creo que es importante desarrollar mecanismos en el ámbito empresarial para justamente identificar cuál es el potencial de la población migrante, cuáles son los desafíos, cuáles son las brechas y cuáles son los proyectos que se pueden desarrollar. El enfoque de género, la transversalidad, la educación son tremendamente relevantes y creo que son transversales a todos los desafíos que tienen los países de América Latina en cuanto a la población migrante. La educación, nivelar sus estudios, contribuir a que puedan insertarse más fácilmente, identificando qué brechas, tanto en educación universitaria como en educación superior o básica, pudieran tener. Gracias, Catalina. A continuación, voy a darle la palabra a Mario Velázquez. Mario es especialista en mercado laboral, consultor senior en materias económicas, mercados de trabajo y protección social, con amplia experiencia en coordinación de estudios y políticas públicas. Adelante, por favor, Mario.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Primero que nada, quiero agradecer la posibilidad de compartir con ustedes en este evento. Bien, compartimos las mismas preguntas. La contribución, los beneficios y los desafíos y recomendaciones. Mi presentación está basada, está guiada por esas preguntas y está aplicada al caso de Chile. En relación al primer punto, principales atributos de los trabajadores migrantes incorporados al sector privado, bueno, yo creo que vale la pena primero considerar algunos datos del contexto. En el gráfico, el primero en la izquierda, lo que vemos ahí son resultados de la última encuesta. En realidad es la primera encuesta nacional sobre migraciones que realizó la Universidad Católica con el Banco Mundial. Los resultados fueron presentados durante el año pasado. Se hizo sobre una base de registro administrativo del Servicio Nacional de Migraciones y se tomó, y esa muestra considera quienes ingresaron entre el 2016 hasta el 2020. Hay un año ahí de pandemia que revela que un 5,2 del total de las que fueron considerados ingresó en ese año. Entonces se trata de personas que estaban registradas en el servicio de migraciones, migrantes y refugiados, que ingresaron al país básicamente previo a la pandemia. Ya, este punto es importante porque la fecha de ingreso y los años de permanencia en el país pueden cambiar mucho la situación en la cual se encuentra la persona migrante y por lo tanto los resultados que uno puede sacar del análisis. Se trata además de personas mayores de 18 años. Eso es bien importante, es importante tener en cuenta porque hay una serie de indicadores que no son asimilables a los que uno encuentra normalmente en las encuestas de empleo. El segundo, eso es lo primero. El primer punto, el orden de llegada, ¿no? Prepandemia. Después, ¿qué es lo que nos muestra? Nos muestra las causas. ¿Por qué migrantes y refugiados llegan al país? Y se trata fundamentalmente, ¿cierto?, de razones económicas. O sea, no es ni voluntario ni de turismo. Falta de oportunidades laborales, crisis económica en el país. En tercer lugar, aparecen motivos familiares, lo cual probablemente también esté relacionado con lo anterior. Primero se viene un integrante de la familia, después viene el resto. Hay otra razón, que es el incremento del crimen, violencia y inseguridad en el país de origen y hay otros. Entonces se trata de una migración económica, ¿ya? Por razones económicas, laborales. Ahora, esta misma encuesta preguntó el año 2021 si pensaba quedarse en Chile. Y hay un dato ahí interesante, dice que el 85% piensa quedarse en el país. Eso puede variar, pero por lo menos ahí hay un punto, ¿no? Porque las condiciones también, esas respuestas yo creo que también dependen de cómo van cambiando las condiciones en el país de destino. Siguiendo con los atributos. Bueno, yo diría que el principal atributo es el tema del nivel educacional, ¿no? Que se mide por el último año de estudio alcanzado. Y ahí podemos ver, por ejemplo, que tenemos en las barras verdes, muestran un 30%, 31,6% de los migrantes que tienen secundaria completa. Pero, sigamos, universitaria completa, superior técnica completa, ahí tenemos también alrededor de un 35%. Y fíjense que además magíster y doctorados un 3%. O sea, estos niveles educacionales alcanzados por la población migrante refugiada son en promedio mayores que los que registra la Fuerza de Trabajo Nacional. Ya con eso, ya tenemos una diferencia, digamos, positiva. Y después tenemos universitaria incompleta, secundaria incompleta, alrededor de 20 puntos, de un 20%. O sea, aquí hay una inversión que no ha hecho el país y que la está recibiendo, que se refleja precisamente en estos altos niveles de educación. Y lo que uno debería esperar, que a mayor educación, estamos hablando de los aportes al crecimiento, los aportes al desarrollo del país, deberían ir de la mano, ser positivos. Y especialmente, además, se trata de una población en edad activa, desde el punto de vista estadístico. Están en la fuerza de trabajo. Entonces, es una población que ha ido creciendo en el tiempo, es una población que está en edad activa, puede contribuir en el mercado de trabajo y su productividad eventualmente puede ser mayor al promedio nacional. O sea, una gran oportunidad a partir de estos atributos. En el cuadro de la derecha, ahí muestran algunos datos. ¿Ya? Muestran una tasa de participación alta, mayor que... En todos estos casos aparecen promedios mayores que la población nacional. Tasas de participación de hombres y mujeres mayores al promedio nacional, tasas de ocupación también, ¿ya? Y están ocupados principalmente en empleos asalariados, ¿ya? Alrededor de 3 de cada 4 migrantes se desempeñan como trabajadores asalariados. Entonces, los antecedentes presentados muestran de que efectivamente aquí hay una gran oportunidad, necesidad, un potencial, que lo refleja a partir de estos indicadores. Uno podría agregar otros, ¿ya? Pero bueno, yo diría que esos, a mi juicio, son los más interesantes para compartir aquí. Respecto a los beneficios, aquí lo ideal, al preguntar sobre los beneficios de los trabajadores migrantes en empresas del sector privado, es preguntarle a los empresarios del sector privado. Y aquí ya empezamos con algunos problemas. No tenemos datos, ¿ya? O sea, no hay datos sistemáticos, que uno esperaría siempre, ¿no? Una serie comparable, donde uno pudiera hacer todos los análisis. Pero sin embargo, la OIM desarrolló un estudio que fue presentado hace el año 2002 sobre inserción laboral para el caso de Chile, que está en cuadernos migratorios 3. Y ahí hay un módulo destinado a capturar la información de los empleadores. Se les preguntó, algo de 80 empleadores. ¿Y qué es lo que dicen respecto de los beneficios para las empresas de contratar trabajadores migrantes refugiados? Que primero, el principal beneficio identificado es que son más productivos. Tienen más iniciativa. Cuando dicen más, es más o tienen más iniciativa respecto a los nacionales. Entonces son más productivos, tienen más iniciativa, tienen mayor dominio de habilidades socioemocionales. Hay bastantes coincidencias con lo que se planteaba recién. Esta es una expresión local, si son menos dados, reclamar. O sea, reclaman poco. Honestamente, yo no sé si eso es habría que discutir cuál es el alcance, cómo calificar eso. Para el 6% no hay ningún aporte. Pero para otros sí, porque algunos dicen que están dispuestos a trabajar por menor salario. Y el otro beneficio que aparece en la respuesta es que es bueno su formación académica, lo destacan también como un aporte. Entonces, bueno, los empresarios opinan de que efectivamente contribuye. Pero además tienen estas habilidades socioemocionales, técnicas o ambas. Ellos plantean de que tienen habilidades necesarias para... recuerden que estamos en el periodo de pandemia, 21-22, saliendo, la recuperación. Bueno, una recuperación que no ha sido todo como uno lo esperaba. Entonces, si bien no hay pandemia, pero es una recuperación lenta. Había problemas de inflación, desequilibrio, en fin.
Take care of inflation or imbalances and so on. Then we have problems with working labor market, serious problems still. So this is going to say, well, not only to grow, but also to recover from the crisis and overcome and have a better view. And also, in the case of the results, they also asked them about the results. This is going to say, well, by using with the migrants, they have a better, they have a measurement inside the companies, not only perception, they react better to the labor climate. They increase the productivity, some of them, up to 15%. They say there's no impact. 50% say others that improve the indexes of satisfaction in the relationship with clients. So the positive sides, I believe, are complemented. So the opinion, I believe, is most of them, is that they say that there are benefits behind. And additional information here is that we're talking about companies and workers that have salary. The additional information comes from a study which has not been published yet, but thanks to the compassion of our moderator here, I am able to show it, some of it. This is an entrepreneurship study of migrants here in Chile, and there's information here which are generated. The Internal Revenue Service, when you create a company, that's registered. So if it's you have a national or a foreigner, then we see that in fact, yes, if you see there, the proportion of companies created by foreigners is the share is 3-1, it goes 8-1, 2015, and 11. There is an activity, in fact, related to the creation of companies, startups. So we have information problems with the data. We know they created, we don't know what happened with them. So that's the question, an important question. So let's see the challenges now. Because before we were showing a positive side that's being reinforced, strengthened. All the slides, previous slides, give us an outlook. That's interesting. But we have challenges before us because this workforce is qualified, they're youngsters and active, they're underoccupied by competencies. This is what the information shows us here in Chile. And so, for instance, it says migrants that are occupied with higher education who work in tasks related to their profession, they say that no, most of them, 54% of these qualified migrants, they say they are not using their best skills. What happened in their country of origin is that they did use them. And almost 75% were using them back in their countries. Here we have a gap between being in their country of origin and a destination country. There's something that's holding them back from being able to develop that potential that we anticipated before. On the right-hand side below, here we also see here a chart out of the study made by OIM of 2021. And it states right there, considering the different occupational groups, it gives us a share in the country of origin, what kind of share they had between those being served. And also for the same category, occupational group, what's share in which they are being occupied today. So what we have here, we have a difference. The shares, the figures that in positive, these are bad news. And the ones in negative are the good ones. So when a migrant finds himself working in an activity for which they're qualified, that's good news. But what here we have is most of them are bad news. So the major differences of bad news here, which shows us the elemental occupations. We're talking about things that require less qualifications, they're poorly paid and unprotected. So by far, they're very far from the decent work, if you will. So that chart shows us. Another minute, please. That chart here shows us how the startups are developed. Startups which, with the informality of these, not only employment, but informality also takes place in conditions of informality in higher shares, proportions than the case of the national workers. The problem with informality here is that in case of Chile is around 30%. We know that in the region it can reach up to 75%, no problem in other countries. But here, I want to underline that here, it's very easy to come in, quote unquote, and very difficult to leave. So the entry into informality is not something that might be temporary. The other challenge is that migrants and refugees have a low financial inclusion, which means that they're working here with ACNUR. Here specifically, here on this point, we see that 1 out of 3 migrants is able to go into the first step of financial inclusion, which is an account of deposit at site. There's no savings, just receiving the money. There's not bad news, but it's basic. So that means that it also generates other problems. So in closing with the challenges, this acknowledgement of title, of degree, most of them have not been able to acknowledge or get, these are costs associated to this process, having their studies acknowledged and not defined. It goes against the non-acknowledgement of degrees when they do exist. It's pretty much a drama. So how can I prove that in fact I am what I say I am in terms of skills, qualifications? And so these are the reason behind it. These are also the costs, information, different kinds of reasons that conspire against to make the best use of their abilities of migrants. And finally, just returning back to the startup issue, entrepreneurship, these figures, what they show is that these startups, the income is quite low. These are startups where in 27% at the most they're able to generate a minimum income per month. And moreover, over 50% is 1 out of 5. We're not talking about startups that have the ability to make them grow with time, to be able to innovate and generate a great contribution to the development of the country, but rather these are just small activities rather related to subsistence. Finally, this topic related to challenges, more or less the recommendations. Behind this whole debate, this diagnosis, where we see the gaps, the lacks, where we see the uncertainties, the gray areas, here we have this regularization, the standardization of the migration conditions. So the problem here is the time it takes for this formality to be able to give them the final residence visation is quite low. Without that documentation, a person will have a low financial inclusion. They require their ID for this. They will have to wait, or they will have to go into their work, whichever one it is, because they will not have the condition to be able to have a formal contract. Same employers themselves, they prefer to contract or hire somebody who has their papers and regulation than not. So here we've made some headway here in some dimensions, but there's a point here where we have to resolve it. You don't require law for this. You just need managerial steps and measures, more resources probably, but the purpose is worth it. There are several progresses made here. The Migration National Service has told the financial market to tell them to accept the ID, even though it might be expired, even if the person is following some formalities to be able to receive their definite residence. That's an important point. You don't need a law, but you do require coordination and policies. The migration policy is urgent, but we need to do it the right way, I believe. So we need to resolve it quick, some gray areas, shady areas in there. when we start to implement the new law who are left outside and so on. But the most important thing I'd say is that how to gather strength from different institutions, because you end up with the institutional coordination. It's very easy to say, but very difficult to attain. But once again, it's basic. These are different institutions that intervene, that need to have a bearing over this, and the migration policy lands or gathers this law, but also should guide and generate and enlighten, focus on those topics and priorities. There are other points, and now that we could continue to debate. I would need another bell here. We continue to debate, but basically these are the ones. These are a great opportunity here, which is not being used the right way, and we have no more time to be able to confront this with the courage and decision that is needed. It's worth it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Mario.
Thank you very much, Mario, for this complete traverse and analysis in terms of positive contribution of the migrant refugee population here in the country. With no doubt, this is something that has been identified as an active population and a great deal to contribute with, and with no doubt the private sector is analyzing this in depth, especially putting in value different attributes that are important for the environment, entrepreneur environment, how we give value to each product of each company. So you also mentioned here some challenges related to the access of the financial inclusion, which hinder many times that the person might be able to start out with some kind of startup initially. But with no doubt, a regularization of this would also allow people to work in the market in a more effective way. As to what is related to the informal work, we need to state also the situation of child labor. In this sense, we have identified and we have reviewed and carried out a study together with ILO and the Undersecretary of Labor to identify which is the status of migrating child labor here, which is something one way or another has been visibilized in the media. I have to mention also in terms of something related to the migrating population during the pandemic, their contribution or access to the basic services. So thank you very much, Mario. Next, I need to present Luis Oviedo. He's a researcher of the University of Costa Rica, particularly in terms of social topics, labor market, poverty, and distribution of income, with a trajectory of over 20 years in the research. Luis, please. And please strict your times. We'll try. In my case, as a statistician, I need to mention the part of the quantitative study of the contributions made by migration in the case of Costa Rica. And as a statistician, I need to also mention that this is sort of like a picture, a quite complete picture. There's a part of it which is not included, though. And it was mostly shown during the pandemic period when we closed the borders, particularly because migrating workers, closed the borders that were going to Costa Rica side to collect agrarian products. Were not able to do it during this whole period. So companies who were working in those areas, they yelled and they complained because they said that they were going to lose these products because there was no labor to be able to collect them. And so we had to work very abruptly and to reach agreements to be able to introduce these people, allow them into the country so they could participate in these processes of the gathering of harvests. And Marlene, I will ask you now, so you don't take some time away, if you could please help me out with see how this agreement was reached that allowed these people to come into the country. So here in the agenda, we're going to look, we have an introduction, the context, the current situation of the migrating population of the country, the main attributes of migrating workers, and the challenges and recommendations for the introduction of the migrating workforce into the country.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to be here and for having made me part of the study on Costa Rica. It was a very valuable experience for me and also interesting to take part. And the lessons learned, I hope I can convey them to you to this document and presentation. And also, I applaud the effort to estimate these contributions to development, sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean, and encourage you to not leave this at this, but then in 5 years refer to the study done in 2020 and the seminar held in 2023, but rather be something continuous that may be put to good use because the face of migrant population changes constantly and it is necessary to follow up on this. And lastly, recognize the relevance of appreciating the contribution made by the migrant population. This is essential to harness the potential and promote economic and social development that is inclusive and sustainable. Sources of information. We have the National Immigration and Emigration Survey in Costa Rica 2016. Goes back a few years, but it is the only survey that we have in the country that allows us to have more detailed information of the characteristics of the migrant population. Population and housing census, national household survey, INDESA, and the Central American Population Fund and the Ministries of Health. I should highlight that although most instruments provide information on the migrant population in Costa Rica, do have variables that allow us to identify the population, part is left out. During the pandemic, for example, the population is in constant movement and the surveys don't capture them. And because they're not permanent, as well as those that live in what they call cuarterias, which is another thing that happened with the pandemic, a large migrant population living in structures shared by a number. And so, context. With a national immigration and emigration survey in the country, the main motivation that people have in coming to Costa Rica is a lack of employment opportunities in their countries of origin. The other is 21% is a matter of family reunion. People who come to join the family, it's already there, and 17% looking for better jobs. And so the reason to choose Costa Rica as a destination has more to do with the proximity and family reasons linked to the previous description, as well as political and economic stability of the country. And also the arrival of these people basically was in the 90s and 2000s. And this is a population that 81% of cases had a home in their country of origin, but in Costa Rica only 29% has a place to live that they own, in fact. 82% of these people had a contact when they arrived in Costa Rica, and in most cases, these were relatives. Because people that came because someone from their family had emigrated earlier, or the labor situation, jobs and employment in these countries were of 41%, but when they come to Costa Rica, 66% get employment. These are people that, as a rule, do not send remittances back, contrary to popular belief that they come to work and send back all the money that they make and send it back. But no, only 1 in 3 people send remittances back to the country of origin. And the other thing that we saw is that visits to health centers were not as frequent as had originally been thought. So the use of public services related to health were not as frequent for these people. And context, yesterday the Vice Minister mentioned that in Costa Rica there are 5,180,000 people in 2023, but in 2020 the population of migrants was 10.2, that is approximately 500,000 people, migrants in the country. The main attributes of this migrant population in Costa Rica and the contribution, well, these people are more involved in the labor market, men as well as women, and the share is a bit higher, that is subject to migrate on account of employment. This is clear here. Unemployment rates for both groups are also lower for non-migrant he corrects himself. He says 4 migrant people, which shows that this population, as Abelardo was saying, could not be called survival migrants. They've come to work regardless of the conditions. It's migrant population that has a skill and they're able to find jobs. They're older, they have experience, which may be put to good use by the companies that hire them. Now, this migrant population has one disadvantage in educational terms, contrary to what happens in Chile. The share of the migrant population with higher education is less than in Costa Rica, but from 2010 through 2020, the percentage of population with higher education doubled in the case of migrants. Now, this population can be found in 5 main activities: agriculture, construction, trade, lodging, related to tourism, as well as household services. So we see 2/3 of the migrant population are located in these 5 areas of activity, whereas persons born in the country represent only 48% in these 5 areas of activity. Informal employment. Although 73% of migrants have waged positions or waged jobs, we see how the informality rate for the migrant population in the country is higher than the non-migrant population. So as we were saying, migration is survival migration, looking for jobs, whatever they can find, regardless of the conditions, and that is why it is important to follow up on them. 2 important data. Maybe not related to the contribution to the private sector, but consumption by households migrants is similar to the households of non-migrant persons. And this is very relevant because it means that the tax situation of this consumption is the same. So these people consume almost the same and contribute less in terms of taxes, but those that have better purchasing power, migrants, their consumption is even greater than among the national population. Fertility rates. Don Luis Rosero said recently that Costa Rica is the country with the lowest fertility rate in Latin America, 1.3 children per woman. And if we take away the impact of the population of the mother born from another country, the rate comes down to 1.1. And as we can see, the number of births in the country by 2022, 52,000 births. This is the lowest figure in 65 years. If we look 65 years back to find a birth rate below that. And this is even with the contribution of the migrant population. And to conclude, the challenges, well, protection of labor rights. This occurred with survival jobs because getting migrants to have access to fair jobs and good working conditions, this is important. For this, we need migratory regularity. If not, they're exposed to overexploitation and violation of their labor rights. Opportunities, what we need is to create awareness and inform about these contributions. Inform the migrant population to combat discrimination, to encourage equal treatment, and improve labor integration. And also strengthen labor inspections. In Costa Rica, the Ministry of Labor does not have sufficient staff. And this is reflected in that during 2021, they were only able to inspect 10% of persons and 6% of enterprises. So we're very, very below in terms of inspections to ensure that labor rights are respected and that there is no exploitation of migrant workers. Thank you. Thank you very much, Luis, for sharing that experience, data and information in Costa Rica. And I have to mention that with regard to the contribution by remittances to GDP, yesterday I was told by representatives of the Caribbean on how irrelevant this is to economies and countries with less people, because the more people, the more remittances. And what is said about the migrant women in some countries, well, it's already 50%. So you're talking about new opportunities and challenges for men as well as women. And you said more higher age, more experience. This is a challenge, yes. And this is something to take into account because there's a relevant percentage of a migrant population, which is, they are elderly persons or older persons, and that in their countries of origin, they no longer had an opportunity. They come to a new country, and so the opportunities are even less. And this, it is important to notice. In the case of Chile as well, older persons who have a lot of experience, for the migrants, these migrants are finding it very difficult to find regular employment, not only on account of their age, but the fact that they are migrants. So this is something that maybe we should focus our efforts on this in future. And regarding consumption and in general spending, OEM is right now studying the contribution made to the economy by Venezuelan migrants. And undoubtedly, this is quite relevant. And this was also mentioned by Mario in the previous presentation in terms of the significant rise in the number of constitutions and registration of enterprises in the name of migrant workers. And this is important because it strengthens the concept of the positive contribution by migrants to development of the economy, communities, and so on. Well, we now have another important panelist, Tanya Vasquez. She is a senior researcher at the Institute of Peruvian Studies with ample experience in demography in Latin America, migration, urbanization, education, and health. Welcome, Tanya. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Yes, same as Reese. I am also part of this team that carried out the study on contributions, in this case for Peru, and with my colleague Pilar Yuncuri, as well as Reese, I thank the organizers for the opportunity to do this study because we learned a lot in terms of measuring technology and finding. What I will present now is a description of the situation and the characteristics of foreign migrant workers in Peru. And they're going to be, we see far less the challenges, but as I explain the description, you will realize what I mean. Now, I will address the guiding question one that has to do with the main attributes of migrant workers engaged in the private sector, as well as those who decided to carry out a venture. I repeat the question because it will clarify my explanation. For this, I chose a very simple strategy with three sources of information. The first was the virtual system of the National Registry of the Andean Migrant Worker, CIVITMA, and the purview of the Ministry of Labor and Job Promotion. The second is a study that we did at the Institute of Peruvian Studies using a sample of group from the data from the National Household Survey in 2018 through 2021. And the third was a survey of the Venezuelan population in Pobre that was described by Peter Abad. And of course, the inclusion of international migrant workers in the public sector in Peru is very limited. There are health professionals who have joined the public service, but the figures are small. So the three sources of information that I will present are a very good approximation of their inclusion in the private sector. And as the question asks, we're going to focus on the private sector and entrepreneurs. So what do we have on the attributes of these foreign migrant workers in Peru? With the data from the first source, Civitma, it is part of Decision 454, the Andean Instrument of Labor, that promotes the recognition of equal treatment and opportunities, as well as the free circulation in Peruvian territory of migrants from Bolivia, Colombia, and Ecuador. And what brings them to the register? The last that we have available, 2021, this is a register saying that 1,613 work contracts were accepted and registered, were requested, but approved 1,261. And why do I detail this? For you to see the level, the reduced number of this sort of register and request.
There are monthly variations, maybe August, September, a high peak seasons, but it has not been contrasted with previous year. Total contract up over 61% are employed in the region or department of Lima, Metropolitan Lima, the capital city of Peru. In this department of Lima, the district specifically in Metropolitan Lima, most of these workers are men, 66%, and only 34% are women. In the provinces or other departments, the proportions are similar. What do we have here? That according to the classification in 4 categories of the registry that differentiate individual displacement worker, company worker, and seasonal worker and border worker. We don't have anything about border worker because they are we do not have any important cases to record. Most are those under the category of individual displacement. These are workers that are apart from a member country. They migrate because they signed a hiring under dependence relationship. In this case, they respond to the country of migration, Peru. At the bottom in the graph, we see that Bolivian workers and Ecuadorian workers have a higher rate in the category of seasonal workers than Colombian. And then Colombian migrants have a significant rate as to individual displacement, 67%. And then, according to the economic activity, we have that Andean migrant workers in 2021 inserted themselves particularly in real estate, entrepreneur and rental, fishing and commerce. And according, divided by country, Bolivia, Colombia workers reflect the general pattern already described by Ecuadorian workers show they are inserted in fishing activity mostly, 61%. Then we go to the second source of information, data group. This is this sample pool that we use with data from INEHO, and they built 2018, 2020. Of the total sample of migrant workers, in this case, we compare between internal and international migrants. 72% of migrants were part of economically active population. Likewise, 40% of international migrants surveyed resided or lived in metropolitan Lima, and in that international migrants, specifically Venezuelan migrants, are highly concentrated in the large and in medium-sized city. 82.5% settle in Lima. 60% reside or lives in other regions, particularly in the regions of Tumbes and Tacna, that are highly urbanized department at the international borders at the north and the south of Peru. We know that more than a third of 37 37% of work in what we call elemental or basic occupation. These are occupations classified under the International Occupational Classification and grouping low income jobs, cleaning, household service, high risk occupation that involve in high physical effort, such as building. The second group in relating to the importance is this for migrant, for international and also internal workers, service workers, and in salespeople from stores and markets. In both groups, there's a larger proportion or rate of women than of men. Finally, this is characteristic trait in Peru, dealing with challenges. The rate of labor informality among foreign migrant workers is 81%. The same rate for non-migrant workers is 7.8%, and for internal is 75%. To compare with another country, in Chile, we know the share is 26%, in Paraguay, the share is 36%. Finally, we present information on a based on our third source of information. In POVE 2022, we use microdata of EMPOVE, the survey, and we selected the small tables that we're going to display, the methodological criteria of INAE to define who are the independent workers or entrepreneurs. There's, according to the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. And we work with a population. The sample includes population that are 5 years and more and over. And we use this data interval. It shows that 80.6% were dependent workers and 19.4% were entrepreneurs. This in Lima and Metropolitan Lima and in Callao and other 5 cities encompassed in the EMPOVE, the number of entrepreneurs is lower than dependent, but in the city of Trujillo is little higher, is 26.4%. In Trujillo, in the city, there is a lot of industrial apparel, shoe factory, and important one. Among dependent workers, most are women. And we have 52.5% are women. And among entrepreneurs, most are men. According to age, dependent workers are in the group from 14 to 29, and then in the group of 30 to 44 years. It's the other way around for entrepreneur. Most of them are in the 30 to 44 years old. Only 2 slides remaining. According to economic activities, dependent workers work in commerce and hotels and restaurants, and second, manufacturing. The entrepreneur in transportation and communication, most of them are taxis, like Uber taxis, and also commerce. And in summary, the answer to the guiding question, and then migrant workers in Peru, most of them are men, even though there are women with a type of contract like individual displacement worker contract. They live in Lima and they perform activities of fishing and commerce, and mainly coming from Colombia. It's a small number, not foreign migrant workers from 2018-2021 are part of the occupational group included in elemental occupations and service workers and salespeople. And with the prevailing number of women living in Lima and in the border department of the north and south of Peru, with a high rate of labor informality, 81%. Finally, migrants from Venezuela by 2022 are mostly dependent workers, and only around 20% are entrepreneurs. Among dependent workers, there are more women, and entrepreneurs more men. It's a very young population. Dependent workers perform activities in commerce and entrepreneur in communications and commerce. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Tania, for your presentation. I think it's important to identify some aspect of your presentation in relation to separating data, because it's important to acknowledge also the gaps, barriers, and opportunities in the different regions of the country, which is also the case in Chile. Sometimes we centralize our view in Santiago and we forget of the production matrices that are a potential for incorporating migrant people in Chile's regions according to their needs or production goals. It is important also in the speak about borders. In Chile also we have this dynamic Chile-Peru, Chile-Bolivia borders, where there's a very specific characterization on trade, exchange, human mobility in these sectors, also involving native peoples. So we, in a message that I received here, a little paper, we are very much on time. I will give the floor for the next panel, and I want to thank the panelist member. Let me give the message of IOM regarding working at the private sector, indicate that in order to benefit from human mobility, private sector is indispensable, offering unique resources, very important unique resources to address challenges and development. Associating with the private sector is essential to utilize the potential, and it is key for the development and sustainable inclusion over time of migrant people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jose, and to all of the panelists. Thanks you for your effort with the little bell, etc. Even then, we're still late. Before starting with panel number 8, we will group the questions for two panels. It's just 1 o'clock, and we have 4 panelists, and to help in the hard work that the moderator will us, I will ask panelists of this panel 8, please, to use absolute 10 minutes tops, because otherwise we will not have any time for interaction. Let me introduce panel number 8, contribution of migrants in local context, practices, challenges, and recommendations. Moderator is Juan Paulo Ramaciotti, Director of the Center for Migration Policy, Chile. Juan Paulo, the floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon. And I'm going to start with panel number 8, contribution of migrant in local context, the good practices, challenges, and recommendations. The idea is to comment on what is the role of local government in welcoming or receiving migrants. Sometimes it's the first institution, the state institution, that will give answer and take on the needs of migrants arriving to, how you work with the shared activities between people living in the municipalities and those recently arriving, and how can they ensure access to basic rights and protection of rights among communities. Ana María Lapares, Juan Pablo Griterias, and Janet Alonso Contreras, Metropolitan Councilwoman of the Metropolitan Municipality of Lima, Peru, and Oscar Piñuela. He's the head of the Inclusion and Productive Development Office from Barranquilla Opportunity Center in Colombia. Each one of the panelists will have 10 minutes. I will show you when you are only 3 minutes left. We are going to give first the floor to Ana Maria de la Parra. She's a consultant of SIA Development.
Gracias, buenas tardes. Soy Ana María de la Parra y antes que nada muchas gracias a CELAD CEPAL por la invitación a presentar y la oportunidad de llevar a coordinar la implementación de este estudio. Les voy a presentar los hallazgos preliminares del estudio cuantitativo y cualitativo sobre el aporte de las personas refugiadas y migrantes venezolanas a la integración cultural en los territorios de acogida de Lima, Arequipa, Trujillo, Chiclayo y Piura en Perú. Como antecedente, dentro de este proyecto de aprovechamiento de la contribución de la migración internacional al desarrollo sostenible en los países de América Latina y el Caribe, coordinado por CELADE, División de Población de la CEPAL, y en colaboración con la UNESCO de Perú y la Organización Internacional para las Migraciones, hemos trabajado durante 6 meses en este proyecto y, como les decía, levantamos información hasta el sábado que acaba de pasar, entonces estos son los primeros hallazgos que tenemos sobre este estudio. Bueno, para este estudio, una de las partes más interesantes es que lo que queremos buscar es determinar el aporte de la integración sociocultural en las ciudades y comunidades de acogida y construir teoría en torno a los conceptos de agentes culturales y resiliencia cultural. La experiencia de los trabajos que se han llevado a cabo nos dicen que la relación con la cultura puede ser un factor que ayuda a la integración en las comunidades de acogida, y esto es lo que quisimos entender a través de este estudio. Tiene 3 partes, 3 componentes. Estamos coordinando desde una visión de desarrollo e impacto social, pero estamos usando una metodología que aprovecha un software, que hay un equipo técnico especializado en el uso de este software y una agencia de comunicación con quien estamos trabajando para presentar los hallazgos y poder diseminar esta experiencias de vida con la comunidad. Para esto usamos una metodología que se centra en las personas. Lo que quisimos fue escuchar las experiencias de las personas en su trayecto de migración y con ellas ir desmenuzando todas las variables con las que queremos ir entendiendo cómo su relación con la cultura puede o no contribuir a integrarse en las comunidades de acogida. Esta metodología se llama SenseMaker. Es una metodología que usa micronarrativas de donde se parte este análisis y después viene una serie de preguntas que permiten generar tendencias estadísticas numéricas para mezclar lo cualitativo con lo cuantitativo y tener esta visión que es como convincente y objetiva al mismo tiempo. La forma en la que funciona es que se recopilan las microhistorias de las personas directamente, tenemos preguntas de interpretación para que no seamos nosotras como externas que estamos interpretando lo que nos quieren decir, sino que nos expliquen qué quisieron transmitir a través de su propia experiencia y nos ayude a entender temas, problemas complejos que cambian por contexto, por género, por edad, de una manera como muy directa y eficiente. Para el proceso trabajamos un diseño de cómo se llevaba a cabo esta encuesta, hicimos la recolección de historias, el análisis de patrones, que es lo que les voy a presentar hoy. Después viene una parte de dar sentido común y colectivo a los hallazgos que salen de estos patrones para poder generar un plan de acción con políticas dirigidas a los hallazgos que se encontraran. Aquí pueden ver la pregunta base que usamos para esta encuesta que hicimos y usamos 3 tipos de preguntas. Esto es parte de lo interesante de la metodología. Tenemos las triadas que presentan 3 variables en donde las personas no tienen que escoger una u otra, sino que pueden hacer un sentimiento mixto entre las variables, enfocándose en una, en 2 o en las 3 en diferente proporción. Las diadas, que es la misma lógica para 2 variables, o las de opción múltiple. Y todas estas preguntas van desempacando los conceptos que quieren transmitir a través de las experiencias que contaron con esta pregunta base.
Y bueno, como les decía, les voy a presentar los hallazgos de tendencias principales que tenemos hasta ahorita, sobre los cuales vamos a ir leyendo otra vez las historias desde cada una de estas perspectivas para ir profundizando en el análisis cualitativo del significado. Tenemos 102 o 103 historias. Esta fue la distribución de las respuestas que tuvimos. La mayoría de las respuestas fueron de personas que vienen de Venezuela, pero también tuvimos algunas personas de las comunidades de Perú. Los lugares de residencia fueron un poco menos de los esperados porque tuvimos que hacer adecuaciones por algunas situaciones locales, por situación política en Perú. Entonces tuvimos que adecuarnos y tenemos 3 segmentos de edad con los que estuvimos trabajando. Aquí tenemos un ejemplo de un fragmento de una micronarrativa, que es como se empieza con la metodología, en donde nos platica esta persona que formó parte de la Orquesta Sinfónica de Trujillo y fue una apertura porque llegó sin dinero, sin muchas cosas, un momento de plantearse cómo conseguir un contrato y encontrar una manera. Fue una puerta de entrada, un inicio de un nuevo camino. Y bueno, podemos ver, por ejemplo, que la mayoría de las experiencias que nos compartieron se relacionaron con desarrollo personal, relaciones, educación y bienestar. Las personas jóvenes se enfocan más en el desarrollo personal y educación, mientras que las personas de más de 30 años en las relaciones y el bienestar. También tuvimos una diferencia en donde los hombres hablan más de desarrollo personal y relaciones, mientras que las mujeres dejan estas variables en una proporción más baja. Cuando las personas comparten historias de integración cultural, las relacionan principalmente a prepararse o tener esperanza para el futuro, con pequeñas relaciones al pasado y el presente. Esto es de forma general, pero cuando observamos, por ejemplo, temas de género o de edad, vemos variaciones, ¿no? Las mujeres migrantes tratan más con problemas de hoy que los hombres. Están como más enfocadas en ir resolviendo los retos que se van presentando día a día. Y los jóvenes se relacionan más con experiencias al presente y al futuro y no hacen tanta relación con el pasado, que es muy contrastante con las personas de más de 31 años, que sí tienen un componente de relación al pasado mucho más presente en lo que están contando como una experiencia relevante. Sobre cuáles son algunas de las personas que influyen en sus historias, la mayoría son familia y amigos en Perú, también personas de la comunidad y agentes que apoyan a personas migrantes. Algo que fue muy notable es que en general la familia o amigos en Venezuela no estuvieron tan presentes en las historias, sino que la influencia de la integración se sitúa más en la localidad en donde están viviendo. Las mujeres parecen apoyarse más en la familia, amigos en Perú, en comparación a los hombres que se recargan más en la comunidad local y en los colegas. Entre más edad, los amigos y familia en Perú sí toman un poco más de significancia que las personas jóvenes que hacen referencia a amigos y familia en Venezuela. Las personas de la comunidad en donde están se vuelven relevantes para todos los grupos de edad. También vemos aquí en general que las personas y las actividades es lo más importante de sus experiencias de integración, mientras que el lugar no tiene tanta relevancia. Sin embargo, gracias. Las personas jóvenes son las que sí resaltan un poco más la influencia de dónde están para tener una mejor experiencia en integración. En este caso, es esta percepción, pero no hubo variación entre las personas que estaban en Lima o en Arequipa que contestaron esta pregunta. Se les preguntó también qué facilita la integración cultural, el apoyo a las personas en Perú y participación en la comunidad, así como conciencia cultural fue lo que más se mencionó como factores que facilitan. También mencionaron que expresarse es un factor importante para su integración. En Lima hablan más del apoyo de personas cercanas en Perú y en Arequipa de la conciencia cultural de la comunidad en donde están. Las edades no generaron casi ninguna variación en los hallazgos que se presentaron. Y en cuanto a los retos, el 45% de las personas indican que la discriminación es el reto principal. Miedo e inseguridad también son factores importantes en esta dificultad. Y desafíos financieros, estrés vienen después. No hubo diferencia entre hombres y mujeres, pero sí tuvimos diferencia por edades. La generación más joven tiene sentimientos de miedo, estrés, inseguridad. De 31 a 45 tienen problemas de desafíos financieros y las personas de mayor edad se enfrentan a retos de discriminación. Y bueno, finalmente tenemos también relación con los niveles de confianza, que su experiencia en integración influye mucho en su confianza, y después el sentimiento de pertenencia. No hubo variaciones por edad, también esto fue algo que se manejó consistentemente sin diferencia tampoco en género. Y ya en sentimientos, la mayoría de las historias fueron sentimientos positivos, como agradecida o feliz, y solo el 6% de las historias se relacionaron con sentimientos negativos. Algo muy interesante aquí es que todas estas historias que se relacionaron con sentimientos negativos fueron de mujeres menores de 30 años que residen en Lima. Entonces, por ejemplo, a partir de esto podemos filtrar esas 6 historias para ver a qué se refieren con estas experiencias que generan esta situación, y de ahí se podría hacer un plan de acción para atender a este grupo de población que está teniendo una experiencia pues no de la misma expectativa que los otros grupos, ¿no? Y eso es la lógica con lo que vamos a seguir el análisis, y tendremos un reporte más adelante para quien le interesen los resultados. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ana María. Muy interesante la presentación, la metodología. También muy importante poder aproximarse a temas de integración sociocultural desde una perspectiva cuantitativa, incorporando los relatos y las experiencias de las personas. Creo que va a ser muy interesante cuando esté disponible este estudio para poder también mirar cómo puede ser útil para aplicarlo o para replicar aprendizaje en otros países y en otras comunidades. Vamos a seguir ahora con Juan Pablo Gutiérrez. Él es director de Territorio e Inclusión del Servicio Nacional de Migraciones de Chile. Adelante, Juan Pablo, y muchas gracias.
Había una presentación. Bueno, gracias. Voy a saltarme todos los vocativos porque sé que estamos corriendo con el tiempo. Agradecer la invitación. Bueno, nosotros desde el Servicio Nacional de Migraciones desarrollamos estrategias de trabajo con los gobiernos locales. Los países se llamarán de otra forma, municipalidades, etcétera, tienen diferentes nombres en América Latina y el Caribe, pero lo importante y lo interesante de lo que yo quiero destacar en esta pequeña intervención, que la quiero dividir en una presentación de un producto propio de la institución, luego, si alcanza el tiempo, comentar un par de buenas prácticas que hacen gobiernos locales de Chile, después irme a un par de recomendaciones y ojalá en esos 10 minutos pueda alcanzar. Bueno, me voy a saltar toda la parte cuantitativa de data, porque yo creo que se ha entregado harta información de contexto en las presentaciones anteriores. Así que lo primero que les quiero mapear es el organigrama interno de cómo llegamos a un programa que se llama Sello Migrante, que es una certificación que da el Estado de Chile a través del Servicio Nacional de Migraciones a los gobiernos locales, a las municipalidades que generan buenas prácticas en materia de interculturalidad y de reconocimiento de la población migrante y refugiada. Entonces, ahí arriba pueden ver está la Dirección de Territorio y Inclusión, de la cual yo soy su director nacional. Tenemos un departamento en la interna, que es el Departamento de Inclusión, y ahí está alojada la Coordinación Nacional del Sello Migrante. También tenemos encargadas y encargados regionales del sello migrante, y también tenemos nuestras gestoras y gestores de casos del sello migrante, que en el fondo son las solicitudes que tenemos que apresurar, darle gestión, darle velocidad en función de necesidades sentidas de vecinas y vecinos de las comunidades que participan de este programa. Como contexto, contar que en Chile hay 346 municipalidades. Chile se divide en 346 municipalidades, y comentarles que al 2023, a la fecha, al día de hoy, de esas 346 municipalidades, 128 hacen parte de este programa, participan con nosotros. El programa se crea el año 2015 y partió con 3 municipalidades. Como les comentaba, hoy día ya son 128. Tuvimos una aceleración exponencial durante el año 2022, donde se nos sumaron solamente en ese año 50 municipios. Del total de las municipalidades que están adheridas, un 24% se encuentra con un sello migrante otorgado y 8% con un sello revalidado. ¿Qué significa esto? El sello migrante tiene 3 grandes momentos. La adscripción del municipio a participar del programa, paso número 1, donde el Consejo Municipal junto con la alcaldesa y el alcalde firman una carta de compromiso. Después de eso nos entregan un informe, el cual nosotros evaluamos, y si tiene una evaluación positiva se le otorga el sello migrante, la certificación como tal. Cuando decimos sello revalidado, es que los municipios también se comprometen a cada 2 años ir revalidando la información que nos entregan para seguir validando en el fondo que la información que nos están entregando, por la cual obtuvieron el primer sello, sigue estando vigente. ¿En qué consiste el sello migrante? Lo primero es que el servicio, a través de esta iniciativa, se vincula y se coordina de manera directa con las municipalidades de todo el país, principalmente con sus oficinas de atención a población migrante y refugiada. ¿Qué buscamos nosotros? Fortalecer la institucionalidad de los gobiernos locales en materia de inclusión, de interculturalidad y de acceso a derechos, una palabra que salió por ahí, de las personas migrantes y refugiadas a través de acompañamiento técnico en la implementación de sus planes, proyectos, programas y acciones.
So we have several purposes here, objectives that are here. We can share this presentation later with you. I just don't want to bore you this afternoon, Thursday, reading everything I have in front of me, but we'll make it available to you. So I did 5 major specific objectives, which tend to the technical advisory. These are 2 major concepts that we have to me that are linked, and that each action that we take, so to speak, has to do with technical advisory and going along with people, those that are in different territories. We have a platform. We know it as the STAMP platform for complex case and explicit case. It's a digital platform where it's launched on the website of the National Migration Service, specifically in the procedures side of the page of the platform. We have digital services. They interact with us specifically through the website. And this STAMP platform for specific cases, during 2022, we received 3,800 applications to this platform of the 226 municipalities that participated. Different rankings, internal protocol exists that gives them different anticipation for the situations that the municipalities present. We have a protocol that gives priority according to internal decisions. Boys, girls, adolescents, caring women, among other different specific groups that we're interested in. We have a communication channel. Basically, it's a massive mailing system that we give to the municipalities. We give them bulletins, periodic mails with information. We have also a platform inside the website with a geolocation that's available of the different migration offices that exist in Chile. The migrant person in one centralized place like our website can see quickly and efficiently where the closest migration office is closest to where they are. We also have a direct connection with those in charge of our own staff, displayed in the 16 regions of the country, and also encounter spaces with the municipalities. This is co-design seminars, among other things. When we talk about strengthening technical capacities, we give advisory, we give technical visits, we give technical guides, we go on site. In fact, with the progress and plans that the government assigned, municipalities commit themselves when they sign this migrant stamp and that adhere to the work that we carry out. This is interesting also because what we measure, part of what we measure, the first thing we measure is the institutional framework prepared for the servicing of migrants and refugees in the country. They have precedents of territorial and municipal where we have the right resources in each local government for this matter that promote the strengthening institutional for the gathering and service for these migrants. Second, training. We have a training program that's internal, permanent, for officials. Third, public policies that are local, that are inclusive and non-discriminatory. Across the board from the same as a focus inside the local governments. 4, promotion of the migration related through specific programs where they can also identify which are their own specific groups for priority services inside their local space. 5, promoting the association and participation of the migrant population, encouraging organizations at the territorial level, promoting the participation of the neighbors Chileans and migrants, also generation of encounters, and also what I mentioned before, the four major stages of the stamp: initiation of the action, the review of the progress reports, and granting acknowledgement. 1 minute and a half. Okay. When we talk about recommendations, I think one of the main ones that we try places we visit, hopefully local governments, municipalities, city halls, when they generate local policies, the interventions, hopefully they should not be covered by the major plans that local governments have. In the case of Chile, the PLADECOs, communitary development plans, fall into a second stage. Hopefully they will not be overwhelmed by the major general policies of the city halls or municipalities. As a good practice, we've seen in the past 3 years also local governments have created digital spaces for encounters of the migrant population. I believe this is a very interesting initiative. Just like satellites, if you will. We have several in the metropolitan area right now. We have spaces for internet, spaces for collaborative work, where migrants can go and acknowledge practices, labor practice. At the same time, they can also be fed into by our own staff or for the following of their migration procedures, the regulations, and among others. And other good practices, we've seen also how some municipalities, regardless of the migration status of the person or the way in which these people come into the country, they also give them the neighbor card, if you will. These are communitary cards that they can use in certain municipalities, or however you want to call them, because they give us also a subjective symbolic degree of service and concern about that group. It's also something that we've seen. And how we need to make headway here. This is a positive criticism to all the local governments and also a call to the central governments how we transfer special resources for the treatment of migration in the local governments. We lack resources. When we cut the budgets in the municipalities, you start with the migrants. We have to say that. And so here we need to be sincere about certain things. When we cut the budget, they start from the social areas, and when we look at where we can save some money, the migration side is the one we touch very quickly. So we think that that's concerning. That's it. Thank you.
Gracias, Juan Pablo. Importante.
Thank you, Juan Pablo. That's an important experience of the migrant stamp, which has already taken place for several years. An important focus that we give it to the people to be able to swift or speed up, hasten the procedures at the local levels, specifically in the complex cases, how we have through the stamp, we've been able to encourage, commit, and also support the work by the local governments. So thank you very much for sharing that experience with us. We will now continue with Janet Alonso Contreras. She is the Metropolitan Governor of the Metropolitan University of Peru in Lima. Thank you, please. Well, I would like to say hello by the mayor of Lima, General Rafael Lopez Alega. I thank you for the invitation made by ECLAC to be able to tackle a very important topic here in this regional seminar, the contribution of migration international to the sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Very quickly, Peru is the second country in the world that has the greatest amount of Venezuelan migrants. Lima receives 25% of the refugee population, a migrant from the country that makes up 10% of the population, total population of the city. Which is the current situation? The current situation of the migrants in Peru in the latter years has experienced a significant increase of the incoming of migrants, especially like neighbors coming from like Venezuela. The government has taken several steps to tackle this situation, such as the creation of regularization programs for migration, the increase of attention service to assist migrants, as well as the promotion of social inclusion and working condition of the migrants. Peru has received around 1.5 million people or migrants coming from Venezuela. This massive migration establishes challenges and opportunity for the Peruvian public policy. With regard to good practices, The municipality of Lima at present is giving work fairs. These are work opportunities with private company. We have 50 private companies for 1,000 positions of work. Here in these fairs, we work together with 43 districts in Lima. We teach them how to confront a work interview and be able to obtain work with all the benefits included. We also have training so they can be trained in technical courses that are particular for entrepreneurship, cosmetology, electricity, industry, and the schools we have right now, OASIS, which is at the El Salvador, Alpha and Omega, and thus they can have access to a decent work with the labor benefits. We're also following the route of the entrepreneur cycle. We assist them with the business plan, with the formalization, Lima Innova, so they can sell their products through networks. We also have the challenges. Likewise, by having their papers regularized, they can work in the conglomerates which can demand their services. For example, Malvinas, Roundtable, Grau, since the small and mid-sized companies represent 8% in Peru. In the informal trade out in the streets in the Venezuelan market and central market, we have around 100 Venezuelan migrants. We are relocating them in safe places, creating situations and conditions, improving their economic and labor conditions as well. We also are this year, since January, we have declared Lima in food emergency. Thus, we've been able to have the geolocation of the different common pots so we can help our friends and brothers that are migrants. They also have access to CEAS, the integrated health system. They can also be serviced in DNA, and also at present they have a productivity that is excellent. Most of them already has their foreign ID and have access to banking loans. With regard to the recommendations, with regard to the challenges in Peru, we are articulating the migration policy intersectorial and institutionally. Regularization, we need to choose a PPT, and after 6 months, they can have their migration status. At present, we're on the process of regularizing this, coordinating, and also we have talked to the superintendent of migration of Peru here in order to coordinate and encourage them all the way from the municipality so they can regularize everything regarding their situation, guaranteeing the minimal supply to the Venezuelan families to validate the economic degrees of the migrant and refugee populations from Venezuela so they can have working opportunities, guarantee the access to educational system of boys and girls from Venezuela, including the focus on the human mobility and the policies, the programs, and the actions oriented and guided towards the migrant population and refugees, also reciting it to the migrants who should adapt to our national reality and should contribute also to the development of the country. We have recommendations also from the Peruvian experience for the migration management to promote the social inclusion, guarantee the human rights, coordinate institutional information and the legal advisory, differentiated advisory, and consider different specificities of the different groups of migrants, as well as women, boys and girls, professionals, young professionals, in order to guarantee an inclusive attention and equitative equalitarian. We also alliances with NGOs in order to implement kindergarten so women may have access to labor. In my experience, personal experience in the private activities, I work with a great deal of brothers and sisters from Venezuela, and the work they carry out is extraordinary. They have access to everything. And truly, I am very marveled and very happy to be able to share with them. And many of them have returned to Venezuela, but they're not used to it. They come back afterwards to Lima once again because they wish to continue to work in Lima. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Janet.
Thank you, Jeanette. It is important to share good practices and identify also the challenges faced by local government to see how to continue improving what is done. This is something that comes up in different contexts. How to intersectorally and interinstitutionally connect the work done by local governments, and that could be very relevant to enhance the work, and how to reach different sectors of the population with more robust proposals. And of course, the role of regularization and how the policies depend a lot on the work done by local government in order to coordinate, inform, and promoting regularization. We're now going to continue with the fourth and last panelist of the panel, Oscar Peñuela, who is head of the Inclusion and Productive Development Office, Barranquilla Opportunity Center, Colombia. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. I'm going to sum up my 40 slides in order to wake you all up in this last session. And I thank you for this presentation. I come from Barranquilla. We have traveled 6,000 kilometers to be here with you. It is truly an honor to represent Barranquilla this afternoon here in Chile. And I will quickly mention the context that you all know of and that the outlook was described by previous speakers. Colombia is one of the countries where we have most Venezuelan migrants in the world. And today in Barranquilla, we're a coastal capital in the Caribbean sector of Colombia. We have close to 10% of our inhabitants are migrants. And there's an important challenge in terms of the economic inclusion, and that the local government has decided to address and will bring you this good practice contribution made by migrants to productive sector in the city, but also Barranquilla as a benchmark worldwide, as a center of opportunities that I will now describe. The Opportunity Center is an office of the Secretariat of Economic Development in Barranquilla, and what I head is find a strategy to create funds based on entrepreneurialism with strengthening the capacities of migrants and, of course, their soft skills and their individual capacities, leaving aside the subsidies, the assistance approach, and seeking means for the families to create an income. And we've had an excellent opportunity over the last 2.5 years in our administration. And I'm going to take this project as a benchmark. It was reaffirmed in 2021. We were selected worldwide to carry out with cooperation resources the employment pathway in Barranquilla. And this allowed us to be, apart from being a benchmark, strengthen our local capacities, the capacities of our human team, of our professional team, and also be certified in terms of quality at the town hall in Barranquilla. This is a public employment office, and we have 16 cities with this agency. But the one in Barranquilla is the only one certified in processes. We had a re-engineering process. And in addition to strengthening the capacities of our professionals, we were also certified in terms of quality. This gives institutional backing to any strategy that comes to Barranquilla. Having a town hall that is certified and having a team of professionals, today 57 people, in my office, this is a tremendous backing and for what you're going to see next. The project, without getting into the details, but this is the start of us as a town hall, and it's a good practice for all cities. we can formulate projects for cooperation. And at the moment, we have achieved 36 MOUs, but 16 of these are for international cooperation. I don't know what it would have been of us without support by OIM, OHCHR, and UNHCR. How do we, as the town hall and local government, facilitate access to resources, but also that these agreements reach the city with a down-to-earth approach? In previous panels, you can see that we have the studies, the international backing, and this must be offered to the cooperators and those who seek to work in the city. This was the key factor, so that Barranquilla right now is a benchmark. Facilitate these agreements that administratively are not easy, but we, through our MOUs, have focused resources and determine strategic partners in order to have a better supply in Barranquilla. And the employment route, as I said in previous panels, is key, especially having means for life, means of ways of closing gaps, and the psychosocial aspect. The migratory grieving. Mental health today in the world is different, not only on account of the pandemic, but also migration. And this is something to take into account. Today, when I came to the Opportunity Center, there were 3 psychologists, but today there are 17 of us working on this inclusion pathway. It's not just this matter of having a job, you need to keep going and stay at the job. And so I'm sure that later on, or at some other occasion, we can talk about the pathway and how we are providing that psychosocial care. But same as we work with the migrants, we need people, professionals that are appropriate for this. We work with passion, and it is important. That emotional backing given to us by the life stories of these migrants. Everyone here in this room, we've known families or heard histories, and we know of the contributions that they've made, not only to the work teams and those who host them. So it's important that our collaborators have that human feeling and know how to work with people. This is not just data, figures, information. No, these are human beings that we work with every day. And this is so relevant when you go out and do things locally. The main contribution that we make, and Catalina mentioned this, the importance of building awareness among businesses. So we, as the town hall, we have people that visit the enterprise. Many enterprises say this is the first time they've come from the town hall, not to charge a tax, but to provide a service free of charge in Barranquilla. And this is key to get the businessmen to help us. And we need to change the discourse and the narrative. In Barranquilla, we do not speak of migrants, we talk of neighbors, new Barranquilleros, of we are all Barranquilla, and that is why the project is called We Are All Barranquilla. So we make efforts for the mayor to speak in this way and avoid xenophobia. It is important to say that lessons learned from this project have led to new projects such as the Barranquilla Incluyente or Inclusive Barranquilla Hallmark. And this has led to many job vacancies. So that there is, if this is promoted, and we are speaking to the corporate social responsibility, and we take the first lady there. So this is communicated, and this has led to different strategies, Palanque, Barranquilla Emplea, and different philanthropic groups that come from the US and the Hilton Foundation. That today, this resource is very important for us to carry out this sort of initiative in the city of Barranquilla. And I would like to conclude by saying that success would be no different to opening the doors to cooperation. Sometimes it's not that easy to do things internally, locally, or than outside. So we need to have channels to integrate the town hall as such, and then also the cooperation agencies. It is important that foundations of migrants take part and support the strategies. And then these resources give us tremendous credibility. And this is the hallmark of Barranquilla. CUSO, the Danese Council, ANID, and other cooperation agencies, USAID, and others have all allowed us to achieve these good practices and make these contributions in the city of Barranquilla. And I hope at another moment to be able to elaborate further on this. Thank you. Thank you, Oscar. Very good example of what was done in Barranquilla, the employment pathway as a way of integrally or comprehensively addressing the issue and different sectors that are involved in the process, persons and institutions that are important, strengthening inclusion and the identity of the different people and groups that are working and living together. They are a good example to follow in other local governments. I understand that we have time for a couple of questions for the entire panel. Can we open up for a couple of questions before lunch? Yeah.
Quien quiera puede partir.
Anyone could kick off, otherwise we will kick off. Well, I will begin with a question for the recent panel. Something that came up in different conversations as to the work at local government level, how local governments can connect with regional or national levels of government, and what experience and potential could exist there. Maybe you could share in terms of the difficulties that you have faced, or what have you heard in terms of connections in different levels of government, and what successful experiences do you have there that you could share? Anyone could take this and answer.
Bueno, bien.
Yes. Connection with national government has been a challenge for the city of Barranquilla, but not an impediment for us. And we nevertheless created and designed the inclusive project. With the cooperation resources, we are forging our local policy adapted to the new government that we've had in Colombia for the last 9 months. The challenge, as I said earlier, is communication, regularization, and that the Colombian migration policy right now needs to speed up the permits so that we can do a good job in terms of hiring these people. And then also the information on migrants in terms of institutionality. One person said, I'm afraid of going to the town hall because maybe they could deport me. So how you offer me a job if you are the institution or you represent the institution in Barranquilla that could kick me out? So these are milestones. And if we have good direct communication with people, open and spontaneous, we do have these cards up our sleeve. We have videos, and the strategy must always be to communicate in every sense. Thank you, Oscar. Juan Pablo. Yes, I believe that it's not easy. I come from local government, and now I have a national position with the national government. So it's difficult to not recognize the experience, but say that what's most difficult, at least in Chile, in terms of efficient interaction between local governments and national governments, is on the one hand, the trust. We need to have trust work together. And the other issue is understanding of the relevance of the financial resources. I'm not saying anything new with this, but this is missing. Being able to give a local government to have migratory decision making is relevant. And I think that the examples given by Oscar through these international agencies, or what you said, the Hilton Foundation, something traffic trust, on different groupings and associations that work on this, there you have a leveraging of resources, projects, and things that are going on. I think it's important to take note of all this, and that governments should try to follow this example. I know you're all hungry, yes, but lastly, I think that the idea must be that the programs are created nationally, but we need a space for the regional activity. In Chile, it's not the same carrying out a national program in Arica or in the extreme south, in the urban area or in the countryside. And we often leave not much space for things to be done more locally. Thank you, Juan Pablo. Any further comment by the panel? Or if anyone else wants to add something?
Any question from the previous panel, or we can close the panel? Thank you very much to panelists, because we had the shared experiences, and also because you put your work and knowledge at our disposal in order to move forward in policies that can empower and recognize the contribution of migrant people to sustainable development in our countries. So thank you very much. Thank you, Juan Paulo and panelists. And we are going to go for a break, lunch break, to renew our energies, and we will be back at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. The presentations and PowerPoint that have been shared yesterday are already available on the website. The morning's presentation will be uploaded in the afternoon. For those who have not filled in this survey, please do. This is an opinion, and in order to collect your opinion in the afternoon on this on today's and yesterday's session. We meet in Jerusalem at 3 o'clock.
Diga 2 minutos.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Les invitamos a tomar asiento nuevamente para ir retomando las actividades en esta sesión de la tarde. Muchas gracias. Bienvenida de nuevo a todos y todas a esta sesión de la tarde. Ahora tenemos un último panel con un tema muy interesante al que se ha ido haciendo mención durante estos 2 días, que es el de las narrativas sobre la migración. Este panel 9 justamente trata sobre las narrativas de migración internacional que promuevan una perspectiva de derechos y desarrollo, experiencias, desafíos y recomendaciones. La moderación va a estar a cargo de mi colega María Verónica Cano de CELADE, División de Población de la CEPAL, con un grupo muy interesante y acabo de darme cuenta un panel
With an interesting panel, which is totally feminine, only constituted by women. Thank you, Pamela. I was just to start by that because I'm emotional. In fact, to moderate this last panel, for several reasons. As this is the end of this fantastic seminar that we have witnessed, talking about relevant issues on the contributions of migration at different levels and perspectives. And in this last panel, we just put this at the end with the purpose of gathering everything that we have lived all along these 2 days and how we can communicate all this evidence, challenges, recommendations, experiences that have been mentioned here, how we can communicate all this to have a new relate done on migration, very necessary and urgent. That is why I'm very proud of sharing and moderating this panel with this distinguished panel members, only women coming from the different sectors of our society that will share their experience and they will illuminate us on the different aspects. Most of the panel members, they said, how do we communicate all this? What are the strategies for that? What are the contents to be communicated? Where from, and through? And we've got lots of expectations on the lectures that we will listen to. We will start with the first panel member, Rebecca Senalmorbeja-Cejas. She has worked in the UNHCR, and she is the Chile representative. She has been working in different parts of the world, in different offices, in the regional offices, central offices. At present, from 21, she has been working as the head of the UNHCR in Chile. She studied law and postgraduated in law as well, and in humanitarian assistance and management of crisis. Please, Rebecca. Thank you, Veronica, and good afternoon to everybody. My greetings for my panel members, colleagues as well as international organizations and civil society. And obviously, I want to thank the invitation to be part of this panel and congratulating as well ECLAC, Salade, and others for this initiative, which takes place in which forced labor is having records once again. Yesterday, we learned that at the end of last year, 2022, there has been 108.4 millions of people displaced in a forced way around the world. And no doubt this tendency continues this year. considering situations such as the one in Sudan. It implies that 1 out of 74 people in the world has been displaced in a forceful way at the end of 2022, which is 2.4 times the amount of the population of Argentina, or it would be more than 5 times the Chilean population. As I said, as it is easy to come to these challenges that implied here, where we see more polarized society, where the restrictive positions unfortunately give political contributions, obviously it means that these people are going to be displaced for political purposes.
And I know this is especially important in a month where we commemorate the day of refugees, 20th of June, acknowledging their resilience, but also their capacities and contributions made. There are many. We have been able to see this throughout these 2 days here. This look at developments, precisely something that's being promoted also from another pact that we have not listened, heard here, and I take a moment to remind that there are 2 pacts here that complement each other. They stem from the same declaration in New York of the year 2016. And this has all been adhered by most of the countries that are sitting here in this room. The World Pact on Refugees, which, aside from promoting an international response which is more solid, predictable, and equilibrium for people who are being displaced, sits on the basis to connect people in the humanitarian next and develop, benefiting also those communities and adopting a focus for the entire society, acknowledging the value not only of the states, but also of local governments, or international organizations and regional organizations, organizations based on faith, NGOs, academia, international financial academies, and national, the private sector, and many others, including, of course, the media, and clearly also refugees. Throughout these 2 days, we have seen a whole great amounts of data and evidence that show the perspective, the economic perspective, such as people that move, they contribute to the human capital, but also from the cultural dimension, contribution to music, religion, education, and kitchen. Just to quote some of the components that we have seen. Something that's quite evident for those of us who are in this room. I believe, I'm not wrong to say that I believe that we're talking about in between those of us who are convinced about this, today represents a major challenge beyond these doors. I would dare to say even that for society as a whole, the citizens' perception regarding the human mobility in Latin America and the Caribbean is being deteriorated. Surveys and networks show an increase of xenophobia and negative feelings towards people in human mobility. The appearance of these negative feelings is something that we see in all major human mobility processes. It's not exclusive to this region. These feelings are strongly anchored in fears and insecurities, persistent in the population, such as the fear to the lack of employment or lack of safety. And also, they are more severe in incompetency of services, thinking that the refugees and migrants reach city halls and regions which many times already have their own saturated services. To this, we might add a frequent decrease of disinformation and the increase of the role of people who are foreigners in negative events such as insecurity, crime, or employment. I would add also the need to generate greater evidence that would allow us to bring these negative feelings back, presented here in the figures and data that allow us to show how these are mistaken, as we have shown here during these 2 days. Other challenges include the polarization of this. We've seen how some people, including parties, have used human mobility to receive political gains, showing this in an intentional manner, many times mentioning only the most negative feelings about this. or aspects. This use in which the media also play the role help us to generate negative narratives. The project also to project people that have been displaced as scapegoats from professional social problems that are embedded related to economy or safety or security, and many times promoted actively by those who make an instrument of this aid to obtain political, financial, or other types of gains. So many times we see this discourse of the cultural clash in order to minimize other problems. We see it also in fake news, in the disinformation, acknowledging that stigmatization of people is a manifestation of the great abundance of information in the media and in networks and social networks regarding which there is no control and we do not verify anything. We also see that we have narratives that are marked by stereotypes and prejudice, which is reinforced thanks to the actions of some communication media. Many times, news are tackled in different way when they are involved, where we have people that, from Chile involved, or people where we have people involved that are foreigners. So it happens in Chile, but it also happens in all the countries when we find headlines. So we see headlines. We see Venezuelans commit a murder, such and such, and if it were Chilean, nobody would say anything about the nationality. It would just be another person. And this is something that contributes to this projection. This responds to prejudice that already exists in workers of the media. And we have repeated this, that we see many times as a base of things that are part of the editorial lines, the ones that seek and promote these messages. So we ask ourselves, what kind of messages should be a priority in order to change the way we tackle human mobility, reflecting the contributions to development and also maintaining this focus of the law? First, we believe that we need to emphasize that the way in which this is generated and public opinion is generated conditions the position of people towards the presence or arrival of migrants or refugees, and specifically to those people who require international protection in their communities. We also need to focus on social matter as an action plan. To the extent that displaced people feel part of the country where they are, they will make progress in social cohesion under a perspective as us, where everybody is a part. The integration of people that are refugees and immigrants also brings benefits to the community, and it is important to see this. More than priority messages, I would like to take the opportunity to suggest concrete things regarding which things we might consider in the construction of these messages. Perhaps, first of all, communities should feel supported in the face of the arrival of migrants and refugees. Great efforts are made to consider also their own needs. And for these, marvelous to hear the experiences from the local side in the panel that was right before us. So investing also in the mid to long term response based on the territories where people live, not only nationality or legal statute in the country. This will mean that many of the base discourses will change, or at least may be contrasted at least with the experiences of daily life and how close people are to one another, generating different narratives. The media should be a channel to seek solutions and generate debates as to how to construct communities, solving the challenges that stem from the human mobility, not negate reality, but cover these realities from a way we tackle that does not stigmatize. Instead of focusing on turning the narratives, negative narratives, to consider the using more positive messages regarding solidarity and the hope before hate, and showing how with this vision people in human mobility and refugees and migrants and communities that receive them are stronger when they are together. To understand that people, refugees and migrants, beyond their juridical or legal stature, they are people that have a right just because they are human beings and people. Tackling and covering the news regarding people that are displaced should be focused on people themselves, respecting their dignity, and in the case of refugees, also their confidentiality. From ACNUR, we have the project journalism without tax, Veronica mentioned during her intervention during the first day, which means this is a joint projection with the Central University from the year since 2016, and this created journalists regarding how to carry out their duties with a focus of law. It is important also to visualize the peoples behind the figures, to use the power of storytelling, although figures many times show us a general outlook of the situations. Communications cannot or should not forget to visualize human faces. We need to tackle strategies that will allow people tackle people with human mobility, their context, their histories, acknowledge and recognize the different contributions they make in the countries where they are and their own communities that have received them. Empower people that are displaced and their communities will allow also to participate jointly in the creation and spreading of that narrative. And there we have relevance there, the concept of nothing above us without us. Be careful with the use of stereotypes, where refugees and migrants normally end up being passive victims, which many times are projected as people that receive charity, not only the cultural and economic contributions that these people may contribute with in their communities. And finally, tell that the contribution of people in human mobility not only is because of their reaching the countries, the integration requires public policies and strategies that will promote them at all levels, from the local side and the national side. But these suggestions should not end here. It is important to create communicational strategies to this, show these positive contributions made by the migrants and refugees, acknowledging also these are people in law. And for this, first step means to initiate a construction process, getting rid of stigmas and prejudice and stereotypes. It is important to have a policy of not damage, or not to do more damage at least. Analyze how we can tell the stories of the people in human mobility in order to neutralize the narratives that are loaded with stereotypes, negativity, and in some cases even hate that are normally are predominant today around this topic. I would like to emphasize here the different campaigns against xenophobic and discrimination that have taken place in several countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, many of which sought to precisely to project the refugees and migrants as people just like anyone else. They fought against these stereotypes and also underlining the stories of human face in Costa Rica. Vice Minister told about her efforts in this sense. We've seen this in the presentation by Barranquilla also, in some of these campaigns, and also in many other examples that we find in the region that I invite you to learn about. Let's use human rights as a starting point so we can transfer the conversation on human mobility towards the other side, which is unknown and alien to us, and thus be able to construct against narrative that promote these positive narratives. Let's also use a narrative that projects the future and considers a perspective of midterm and long term to talk about what would happen if suddenly all the refugees and migrants that are in our countries would disappear, would leave. What would be the impact immediately? How my daily life would be impacted, and what happened also, those humans of human mobility and refugees and migrants were completely integrated with all their rights. What would change also? Dialogue regarding a possible future where the society will be centered on equality and dignity. Show through the support of academia, figures, and even testimonies, aspirational testimonies, how the world would look in which people that are displaced would be fully included, promoting thus these positive narratives, which will show us what their contributions are. And also, obviously, to generate and encourage spaces would promote the intercultural generation. Both the nationals and the people in mobility would be able to share and express their own cultures. These are only some of the ideas and suggestions from our side and our experience, but I know that, and I'm convinced that the rest of the panelists now will delve into other components, and since now I'm wishing to listen to, so thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Rebeca.
Thank you, Rebecca, for that very inspiring presentation. The truth is that a journey through a context of challenges entailed in establishing new narratives. And I keep those very clear and practical elements to begin working on a new narrative and focusing on the host communities and pick up these differences and how to build communities, not forgetting the human face. I believe that these things will ring in our ears and help us also lead on to the next panel. We continue with Carolina Stefani, who is a director of the Social Sciences doctoral course at the University of Tarapacá, and she is currently directing Fondesit projects following Venezuelan migrants in the southern cone as the doors begin to shut. Well, I join the thanks to the organizers for the invitation and being able to share here with you on such a relevant topic. I would like to cover a few elements that may help explain the construct made today of migrants, a social construct, by establishing a certain discourse with regard to migration and migrants. And this social construct leads to different things. On the one hand, you have the migration policies, but policies also involve a narrative that express the ways that the society understands migration. Added to this is the role and discourse provided by the mass media and that are not necessarily de-anchored from policies. They often go in similar directions. And this converges in a public discourse that is consolidated in people's minds, neighbors, families, people, and reproduce the construct that comes from these somewhat more structural elements. There is one thing that allows us to identify how it is that the subject is constructed and that changes over history, over time. The understanding of a migrant and migration today is not the same as the one that we had 20 or 100 years ago. It's dynamic. And what explains today how this is configured dynamically is this distinction between a migrant that is desired and an undesired migrant. Because not all migrants are constructed in the same way. Some suffer a series of negative stereotypes, whereas others are considered very positive and that are a true contribution to the nation. So this distinction between desired and undesired has to do with several things. I will just mention some. First, the borders that determine what is national. This has to do with what Rebecca was mentioning, what is left out of the border, outside the border. And by making this distinction allows the construct of this idea of an us that gives rise to a particular nation. But today, in context of high uncertainty at global level on account of so many situations that has sharpened after the pandemic, we see the reappearance of nationalistic discourses. And this, or in that context, migration becomes far more problematic. Another thing that will allow us to make a distinction between the desired and undesired has to do with economy and how we are journeying from economies that promote labor flexibility and precarious labor market conditions. And those changes in the labor market and economic development also require certain subjects that can adapt better to the requirements of this economy. And so there, this adjusts the ways that people represent migration with these demands that appear on the economic horizon. So this leads to narratives, and And this is dynamic. So this leads to a representation of migration as a political threat, and that we saw this in the 70s and the 80s in the region, the dictatorships, the political threat. But then later in the 90s, we saw the issue of the social issues, migrants, that people come here to look for a job and that they leave no room in the social services. So it's more seen as a threat linked to delinquency, trafficking, and so on. Now, two questions that stem from this. What is the appropriate subject based on the current economic demands and conditions? And if we say greater migratory control policies allow us to build this individual more adapted to the present economic conditions. And I think that when we speak of representations and narratives with regard to migration, there is a relationship between this approach, the migratory policies, and the demands coming from the economic transformations. So, what are the most general representations? This has to do a lot of research, but I will pick up on what I was talking about before. We're going to leave aside the representations and move more towards the questions. I think it is important to clarify two elements. Migration is not the same as refugee, and how it's presented. Refugees and forced displacement, and this becomes a category of undesirability today. And so then how this is represented, people who are living in extreme vulnerability, the victims of organized crime, human trafficking, and this leads to a depoliticization of these individuals who do not appear as empowered citizens, but rather individuals that are extremely vulnerable. And this is in the best of cases. And then also migration, and here there's a lot of research, has other associated elements. That is, migrants as a social problem. So there are certain categories that are floating in the air. Poverty, so poor individuals that are leaving situations of extreme poverty and that come to thicken the queues of the poor in a particular country. The constant use of this in the mass media of migration waves and invasions, border crossings that are overflowed. So it's like a giant threat that comes from outside and traps us. The idea of delinquency today, contrary to what how it is seen in the North, it has more to do with terrorism after 2001. But also this appears in recently belonging to organized crime gangs, as we have seen on the TV. This is offset by certain positive aspects, such as being good workers, which has to do with rationalization processes. They gain their right to be in society because they are good workers, and a cultural aspect that they seem as they contribute to diversity. But what appears when we think of this relation between migration policies and the economy? Migration policies are deployed more strongly in recent times with this tension between mobility and control. When I was saying that refuge becomes a category of undesirability, it is because that sort of mobility becomes undesirable. Why? Well, because refuge and forced displacement appear as a destabilizer of the control of the nation state over the population that may or not accept migration. And so what appears, and the relationship between these policies and public discourses and media discourses, that somehow, since this control of mobility begins to somehow legitimize the control policies, this immediately becomes a discourse that aims at creating safe border crosses through militarization. And these are discourses very legitimized by the population at large. We know what it means, but people who do not live this believe that the way to resolve the migration issue is through securitizing and militarizing the border crosses. So where does that discourse come from? How does it set up? That is precisely because the need to control that mobility is legitimized. The idea of channeling it. And even when you think of orderly, safe, and regular migration, you have this idea of channeling, of controlling, and this mobility that is constantly puts this nation state in tension. And what we also see is that the human rights narrative is used to fall into humanitarian discourses. And here I follow Hassan when he says that the idea of these extremely vulnerable migrants, migrants that are the victims of human trafficking and trafficking, depoliticized, and the only way of supporting that migration is by using a human rights discourse, but with a more humanitarian approach and not a humanist approach as we would expect and hope. So, not elaborating on or consolidating or strengthening this idea of rights, but merely the idea of help, assistance. And so then we are seeing concepts such as we have worked on Argentina, control with a human face, and this tension between what's humanitarian and control. And we then fall into discourses such as it's better to control migration poorly to help these people, and they do not fall into human trafficking networks and so on. And so, representation, the negative representations with regard to these movements, refuge and migration, and these migrants that produce a certain degree of discomfort, they're undesirables. All of this is functional to the construction of these discourses in favor of greater control, disruption. And so, on the positive feelings, tend to see the refugee and the asylum seeker as someone who needs help, not as a person who arrives in equal rights. They need to provide humanitarian aid to the victim. So, how to get out of this using communicational discourses and representations? I think that there are four things here that should be consolidated in any proposal made for this. First of all, equal rights, and have a principle of human rights regardless of the nationality and regardless of the situation that people find themselves in. But of course, we are human beings and we require an entry and to recognize each other as equal in rights. And the importance of migration reality today that becomes essential, but not so much in the sense that, well, they should migrate regularly, but rather the residents in the country should be in a regular situation. I think it's not quite the same thing because in the first case we say, well, those who are regular, they can come in. And we could put up a number of conditions for that to happen. But so nevertheless, we're going to have certain degree of irregularity that is created by the regularity of the term. But well, so in neighboring countries have the right to be there regularly. And this is essential to be considered. Third, anti-racist education. We see the exponential growth of xenophobia, hate speech, and hate talk in the region and in other places. Education, there too, a key role is played. And also, I would like to add knowledge with regard to shelter and forced displacement, particularly in the case of Latin America. Today, with the situation in Venezuela, it is necessary to make the distinction because this could be a pure political translation. What does it mean, forced displacement? What does shelter mean? What are the conditions, the elements with which these people who are not the same as others? You must make a distinction of these people as well as the process. And this allows you to understand and feel empathy with the situation in which these or to which these people arrive. Thank you very much, Carolina. It's always a pleasure to hear you, and also that conceptual contribution that helps us to think better when we speak of these narratives and you say, well, how this is being constructed, what is the social construct of these migrants or migrant subjects, desired migrant refugee. And so we need to build all this when we begin thinking of forms of action in order to transform these narratives, and also how economy and migration policy have a lot to do in the terms that the social construct will look how over time. So thank you very much, Carolina. And now we will move on to our next panelist, Mariana Otero. She is a journalist and writer and works in the La Voz del Interior paper in Argentina, Córdoba. She's a narrative collaborator for other Argentine national and international papers, just the something Spanish, and also journalism award for journalism of migratory issues.
Thank you. A pleasure to be here. Migration is one of the topics that land into when something extraordinary happens, catastrophic, political, socio-economical, catastrophic, border conflict, unusual situations such as the one of Argentina, with the arrival of Russian women, pregnant Russian women that came to our country to have their babies. Trying that other themes linked to migrants have space in the media is not an easy job. Editors can tell, what are you going to tell? What for and how? I work at the La Voz del Interior from Córdoba as a journal. And throughout my career, I may say, it's difficult, but it is possible to keep this topic outside the conventional media agenda. 10 years ago, we started the first contact with institution organization working with migrant people and the communities with the intention of knowing who they were or what could we talk about. And then imagine how we are going to narrate the stories. In 2014, we launched a space of news in relation to migrant in a blog format into a partnership with the Cordoba, an NGO in Cordoba working for the defense of migrant rights in coordination with 30 organizations of the province. Originally, we want to rescue history of migrants over time. And then we expanded our view and we go to an approach for sustainable development, almost guided by intuition. In my first articles, I read about integration of migrant students at the school level, and there was a strong debate, such as students born in another country, can they carry the Argentinian flag, which is an honor in Argentina? It opened a dilemma because we could read xenophobic and exclusion discourses in the school themselves. They didn't consider it as an exclusion. Part of the public opinion, teachers and students consider logic. If he or she was the best student, they could carry the flight, regardless of the place of birth. We show that migrant students, particularly from Bolivia and Peru, has a higher school performance than their Argentinian peers. So we could stop saying that they were not. Another opportunity I wrote by migrant student at the National University of Cordoba, one of the oldest, most prestigious universities in Latin America. The idea is that they are being invaded by foreign people that choose this university because it's totally free. In our research prior to the pandemics, showed that this idea of a great number of students, university students, represent only 1.9% of university students, a percentage that is the same in these 10 years. Then I wrote about the impact of Bolivian community in the production of produce and fruit in Cordoba that deserved the award of South American Award for Journalism. Bolivian people kept alive the green belt, and 70 to 80% of produce growers are from Bolivia. If they all return to their country, about 2 million consumers will stop having their produce. In Venezuela, there was another note about Venezuelan engineers. We show the underuse of qualified labor of Venezuelan engineers in Córdoba, with a focus on human capital and what are the skills and knowledge moving from one country to the other, and what is the value and cost for each country. 13,000 engineers arrived into the country in this recent year, and we discussed the difficulty of labor reinsertion, considering that while some nations lost talent when people emigrate, others win because they receive or get new talents. How would we tell the stories? In a summary, I could say using rigorous information, research, looking for life stories with a good use of language and with journalist criteria to tell the story. As to the research, two key independent sources and understanding the community that rejects or receives. An interesting example is Venezuelan women that cross Colombia to have their babies, and also Russian having babies in Argentina. They went to because they have free healthcare or for the children to have passport, but few articles refer to why they are migrating. We need to understand their stories to understand better. In some cases, they move from Venezuela because of the lack of um, good hospital condition. In the case of Russia because of the war and because they were trafficked. And at the end of the day, for a good story, we need to go back to the origin. Why, when, the five basic question of journalism, migration narratives can be added, that we should not forget about this information, but we should move to a chronic combining data, statistic, and an emotional narrative. We know that international migrants represent only 3.5% of the total world population, but they are still perceived as a threat. How can we, from journalists, contribute to this, um, uh, to disarm these stigmatizing narratives? The first premise is to handling good concept with a view based on human rights to eliminate prejudice, this discourse that they against us and frivolous statement. Goal and good exercise is to ask ourselves who are benefited and who are uh, who received the bad in a organization organized by IOM. Maria Teresa Rondero, journalist, after explained that the result of the equation, who get the benefits, who don't, has not been a zero sum. It depends on circumstances. It varies according to the country of origin and destination. If we analyze it from the power from the top, or if we investigate on policies and capacities of government to favor development processes. Journalist articles should not make victims or stigmatize the protagonists of stories. You need to avoid in condescending or patronizing views. We should not, text should not give romanticize all the hardships. Telling anecdotes helps to deal or address the fact and the new perspective or angles. Thinking about communities where we don't have too many news. Why people are expelled from one places? Why are they attacked? Why are they motivated to migrate? What happened with to children, to families that are separated? Do they have access to housing, health, education, and also analyze how hate narratives are constructed and multiplied, it must be clear that people that we interview, maybe there are some that are victims, but some are agents of their own destination. Research is key. We should not accept a view without information. Today, we have a lot of tools to verify information, and we have prevent using extract published in other media without corroborating. We need to accompany data with context and interpretation. With isolated figures do not explain anything. And something else, we will never know who will read our text. Some people who do not agree with our positions, maybe they believe that this is a pamphlet. Again, going back to Maria Teresa Rondero, my state that journalists, there's a challenge for journalists. We need that migrant people must read us. We need to reach those who are attacked, to change, or those who attack, and change the views, because otherwise we're preaching to the choir. Other premise is not stop in common, see the nuances, and always go to the street and speak to people. Nothing replace field work. And you never should forget that history of humanity is the history of mobility. Every day we need to look for the perspective of the contribution of migrant to economy and society, and opposed to viral discourses and policies as that they will go to steal our jobs, they are potential terrorists and or thieves. This is why journalists and ethics work must deal with against labels that mark immigrant as suspicious person. We need to use quality information and expand our view to narrate strictly with the new approaches and not stay with a snapshot, go beyond to rebuild the fabric of the story. What else can we do from journalists to go deep, avoid simplicity, and be careful of terminology, because language is no neutral. The way we call the word has a weight, has ideology. And then we must eliminate, and I will not lexic to see words of hate. We should not use invasion, wave on immigrant. We need to speak about percentages, figures, to have a dimension of the phenomena. Finally, we don't want to tell positive but good story beyond frivolous story. We have enormous responsibility in vanquishing myth, stereotype, and criticize assumed truth. We are forced to do the best in our best manner possible. Otherwise, we could endanger the life of people with our narratives.
Muchas gracias, Mariana.
Thank you, Mariana. Admirable. It's fantastic to listen to you. You were a great inspiration for us. Your journalistic experience as a journalist, as a writer, the challenge in creating a story, and then the impact of your narrative or your story. How can we disseminate this way of doing serious and sensitive journalism from the intuition, sensitivity, and rigor to verify, to investigate and research in order to change the narrative? Then thank you very much for sharing your experience. We will all uploading your notes and videos to our web page also for you to see. Then we give the floor to Laura Peroso. She's anthropologist. She's the general director of Global Consulting Group and representative of civil society representative mechanisms to the Regional Migration Network.
Thank you. Thank you for this invitation, and my greetings as well for the civil society representatives that made me represent them and to talk about these narratives on international migration. Well, as an anthropologist, I really value this narrative because it plays a crucial role in the study of migration and the human being in general. From anthropology, it allows a transdisciplinary vision and shared with other visions of the social sciences or humanities. It allows the comprehension of experiences of migration, which are unique for each of the migrant person and collectively as well, as it deals not only with human being, but cultures and collectivity. Through narratives, people can give voice to their stories, to describe their challenges, and to transmit their perspective. These narratives allow a deep conversion of the complexities of experience of different dimensions of the individual and the collective world as well. So they call for empathy in accordance to each of the contexts. Through narratives, people, migrants, they can explore and express their feelings of belonging, their origin, their trajectory, and their relationship with the receiving society. It allows the reflection and expression of identities in constant change and transformation and helps to challenge the stereotypes. So putting the focus on the good practices of the citizens. So narratives plays an essential role in understanding the experiences of the migration people by constructing identity and to foster the change of perspectives towards a more empathic way with a cultural and human focus on migration. So with this introduction and responding a bit to the questions on which would be the messages to be prioritized to address migration, no doubt, it is something that summons us a lot, which is a focus on human rights and dignity. Migrant people are subject of rights and they are to be treated in a dignified way. So focus should be in the human right to have access to public services and to have a good treatment regardless of their status. Those messages will allow to have a balanced narrative based on human rights, on migration, recognizing the contribution and the potential of the migrant people for the development of societies and receiving communities. Along this line, I think we believe as convenient to highlight the contribution from the economical point of view, which is something that we have talked over all along this seminar. The contribution of the migrants through their participation in the workforce, for example, they can be employed, foster productivity, and they contribute to the economical growth. On the other hand, entrepreneurship and innovation is important as well, and they have the possibility of generating employment, creating companies, and this can help us to counteract negative stereotypes and to show the positive contribution of the migrants. Their entrepreneurial vision and the capacity of being adapted can foster the creativity and competitiveness in the receiving markets. Obviously, another view could be that of cultural diversity because it enriches this cultural diversity of the receiving cultures. They contribute to where their costumes, music, art, and food, enriching the identity and the heritage of the local community. This diversity fosters intercultural dialogue, respect, and tolerance, and can foster as well cultural tourism. This way, it enriches the social the social mesh, in fact, and it establishes a relationship to exchange knowledge, how they can share their experiences which can be beneficial for the receiving countries in terms of exchange of ideas, good practices, and development of different skills. This, in time, or in turn, made us see what the technologies they can bring as well to us that can help the development and favor access of other innovative technologies in different areas such as agriculture, renewables, health, education, and sustainable development in the region. Within the social contribution, which is something that that made me come here, is to highlight the contribution that migrants have to strengthen civil participation, family relationships, and contributing to social cohesion, highlighting the importance of integration in the receiving communities, promoting social cohesion, and being more complementary for the receiving communities, to create integration, to have an harmonious living together and equality of opportunities for everybody. Organizations of civil society in this role, they try to have sensitization and promotion in campaigns of education, etc., to have an influence on the collective awareness and facilitate the participation of citizens for decision making, implementing policies with an inclusive focus. Likewise, they can influence in public accountability and as well as in implementing projects in different programs. They facilitate the process of integration through consultancy, assessment, in terms of education and health, and processes for regulation of paper. Many of these organizations support training, design and implementation of projects. Therefore, we have the challenge and the threat of communications that obviously are related, as somebody said previously, stereotypes and prejudice linked to stigmatization. And these stereotypes can depict the migrants as an economical burden, a threat for society, or people that are taking employment out of the nationals. Obviously, it means rejection to the migrant population. From the political discourse, in some cases, these discourses can polarize public opinion and present this migration as a problem and not as a benefit. And this can take us to a narrative to increase or to make xenophobia increase. Another threat and challenges that we have to address have to do with mass media. Some of them can opt for a sensationalist focus to perpetuate the idea that migrant people are a threat, ignoring their contribution and their successful stories. Another challenge has to do with the cultural barriers and culture that can impede effective communication and active participation of those citizens in the public sphere, meaning marginalization and lack of knowledge of their contribution towards society. Along this line, lack of information and fake news also play a role, an important role, in these challenges that we have to face. Lack of precise and balanced information can make difficult the recognition of the contribution of those people. So it is basic to have a communication based on facts and human rights. It is important to foster more representation from the migrant people and to sensitize on their needs in the successful stories and to promote education and in diversity and human rights. For the sake of time, I will talk about the communication strategies, more recommendable ones, to make more visible these positive aspects and their benefits and contribution in respect to their rights. We have strategies based on education and sensitization that as an organization in civil society, we are concerned about that on a constant basis every time that we are in a consultancy board or present in one of these a forum like this one, where we can have campaigns about migration benefits. This can be addressed to general public and to specific natures, such as students, employers, and professionals in mass media, with the aim of visualizing stereotypes and to have a better comprehension of migration as a phenomenon. Likewise, human narratives, empathic ones, and using personal stories in order to show the experiences of those people and highlight their contribution. These narratives should be focused in generating empathy and emotional connection with the audience, fostering empathy towards the migrant population. Despite the beneficial focus on economic terms, it is also important to have alliances with mass media where the contribution with this or the collaboration with this in order to have a good information can imply to give reliable information and to foster inclusion of perspectives in public debate. This way, participation of migrant population in the decision-making rooms and public debate in promotion to diversity and inclusion, where the benefits of living in diverse societies can be highlighted. Likewise, focus on human rights, where communication is promoted to highlight the importance of treating migrants with dignity. And this would do. Thank you. Thank you. It was a little bit longer, but I can stop here. Thank you, Laura. A pleasure to listen to people from civil society having this anthropological vision of not losing sight of the center of the migrant population. They are the ones talking. And narratives are for them to express themselves, to express their identity, to show their identities, and to highlight the role of the civil society in education, sensitization, to generate more connection, emotional connection. I think that this is one of the aspects that I would like to highlight from your presentation, and the need of cooperating to generate this new narrative from different levels and instances. Thank you, Laura. Now we are going to be connected. I think it's online. Marta Luces, she's an economist, a specialist from the Inter-American Development Bank. Please, Marta, if you are there, you can start.
Thank you very much. Can you see my paper? Yes? Very well. Good afternoon to all of you. I would like to thank you also for this invitation to participate in this panel. That's so interesting. And I apologize for not being able to be there in person in Santiago. I would like to share today a little bit about my work and the findings of the migration unit of the IDB and everything that has to deal with the thematic of citizens' perception. And my co-panelists have mentioned this already, so I will try and be very brief. The migration unit of the IDB works with the countries in the region in order to create societies that are inclusive and to encourage the integration of the migrating population in those countries. And one of the challenges that we believe is one of the most important ones is the topic related to public opinion
and also social inclusion. And since my co-panelists have already shared, there's a deterioration in many of the countries in the region in terms of the migrating acceptance in the past few years, given the increase of the flow and the magnitude of these flows as well. Flows that have gone all the way from 2017 on. And many times, and this is something that's unique to the region, whenever we see an increase in flows of major magnitudes of migrating flows, there's a trend towards the creation of myths and false beliefs regarding the migration and migrants. And we see these in other regions in the world, such as in Europe and in the United States. And these myths and false beliefs are normally associated to a great extent to topics that are specifically related to employment, related to the association between migration and crime. And these topics are the ones that pull a great deal of the conversation related to migration and public opinion. And what we see is that in other parts of the world, in other regions, such as in Europe, the United States, we have worked a great deal on this topic. There are studies, there are centers, there are campaigns related to the citizens' perception and migration. But in the region, this is not as common. In recent studies made by OPAM, it finds that most of the studies and documents and articles that have been published regarding the topic of public opinion and migration are made in Europe and the United States. And not only are they published, but also they're published regarding the situations in those same countries. So in spite of the fact that it started to insist even more on information and research, these spaces are important on the topic of the region. In the region, we still have a lack of knowledge, which is required we need to work on it. From the bank, we have already been working on this topic for already over 3 years, and not only in generating a diagnosis that would allow us to understand and know a little more about the public perception in the region, but also to think about which type of interventions and which type of actions could also change these narratives, which type of projects would work better to be able to change attitudes and projects of the local population towards the migrants. And under this agenda of research and action is that the laboratory of migrating and innovation perception comes and as an analysis and tool regarding the topic in the region. The laboratory seeks to deliver resources that will support the governments, the civil societies, and migrants to change this narrative and discourse that's being built in the region. All this is being done different shapes, showing a different view, complete view of the status and trends of public opinion towards migration. Through the analysis of regional surveys that have been mentioned already here as an important source of data in order to understand what's going on, through the analysis of social networks and such as Twitter, Facebook, and the media, and by showing the repositories and studies, we have over 300 studies that have been identified regarding the topic at the world level. And also through experiments and the change of attitudes and behaviors. As to the analysis of networks that we believe is an important source of data to complement the rest that exist, we create indicators regarding the volume of the conversation, which topics are more important than others in the conversation in social networks, which is the feeling towards migration and networks, in the networks, and also how people feel, migrants feel, in front of these messages. We do this for all 26 countries in the region and also at the city level as well. And some of the conclusions that we have found in the past few years, the very link to what was said already here today, is that first, there's an increase in the conversation. There's an increase in the conversation regarding immigration in the region. And many times this conversation increases, not in a linear manner, but through different peaks. In response to different events in different countries, they can increase the conversation on migration. And there's some topics that move more than others. So topics that are quite difficult, such as related to security, migration policy, employment, which generate a volume of conversation that's a lot greater than other topics. However, we also see that the feeling towards migration is not something linear. It's not easy. These are complex feelings. In a country or in a city or in a given person as well, you can have different positive feelings towards migration. And you can feel that perhaps migrants should be able to have access to health, education, but at the same time, yeah, I could have negative feelings regarding other topics. I can believe that migrants perhaps are the source of unemployment or they're a threat towards my work. And I believe that's important that most of the people in networks and also these regional surveys show us that most of the people do not have a fixed, strong opinion regarding migration. So all these polarized, negative polarized opinions or very positive ones are lower than the ones that are neutral regarding migration. Despite of this, we still see an increase in the message in xenophobic messages in social networks and also in the public opinion surveys. Whereas in 2017, we found that 4% of the conversation in networks regarding migration had a xenophobic content. By the end of 2022, these numbers grew to 23%. But we can also, what we've been working on is also how we can change the narrative. And the truth is that we can do it. Yes, we can do this through different mechanisms that have already been mentioned. And between 2021 and 2022, together with Benut, we carried out an experiment in 9 countries in the region where we surveyed over 22,000 people and we put together different interventions in order to change perceptions and behaviors. These interventions through formative videos and information videos showed that in these videos we could have an impact in the level of acceptance of the migrating population. There are interventions that may work in order to change the trust, to improve the trust, the social cohesion, to increase the number of people who, for example, consider that migration brings benefits to the country. So yes, there are certain actions that we can take or make from the side of the academia, the governments, in order to change these narratives. And some recommendations for the governments and some recommendations especially as to the communication. And also, some were mentioned already here. First, we have this idea of the kind of message based on data and managerial information. Be able to use this information so as to describe the migration context in the country, which many times people do not know. And also at the same time to appeal to the humanity and values. We see that these emotional and informative videos have a strong impact over changing attitudes. So these two mechanisms, together with using data and also appealing to humanity and values, are good strategies of information that work. And on the other hand, to avoid expressions that may increase the concern of the population, messages which might show that the migrational flow is sometimes controlled and that it does not increase in the concern. For example, they use words such as hello or wave or massive migration that we need to consider before or at the moment of designing these messages. On the other hand, the importance of the local context. A message doesn't work the same way in different countries or even in different cities. So the focus, as we talked already, the positive impact of migration over local population messages, which promote the visualization of the impact that migration has and migrants over the country in a social manner, economic manner. At the same time, work a little bit on the imagination of the people, those migrants, as a person as a person which has the power of action and to take action, also consider the migrational process. The migrational process is not only a human crisis, but also has all the transitions to the integration. Migrants become part of our own society. So we need to change those messages and the communications so that we can be able to show the different stages of the migrational process. The vertical coordination and horizontal coordination of the different entities of the government and how communication and narratives on the migrant population should be coordinated and also well connected and informed in different levels of the government. And also, we need to think of those who these messages should be aimed at. The existence of this great group of people, which do not have any kind of opinions, strong opinions regarding migration, and which through campaigns and through communications, the narrative positive narratives could change their public opinion and also bring them closer to positive opinions regarding the migrants. So this is specific and key also to be able to use communication channels that are important for the migrant population to build these narratives with the migrant population. I will leave you now with a book that we published with the experiment in the 9 countries. And if you're interested also, you can go into the lab where we have all this information on findings. I invite you then to have access to this website. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Marta, por tu interesante.
Thank you, Marta, for your interesting presentation regarding the experience that IDB carries out with its research laboratory regarding citizenship and migration. We are very eager to see that material, and you will probably be looking at the videos and those experiments that are being carried out and created, and which are bringing about changes in the perception over the migrant population. And one of the last things that Marta said, I would like to mention the fact of the need to build these new narratives with the population, the migrant population, and that they should also be in the core of that construction. So with Marta, then we'll be ending this panel now, but now we will open a few minutes for questions and answers during this panel. So if anyone wishes to take the floor, yeah, if you can help us with the microphone, please. Abelardo, please.
No,
Thank you very much for sharing such good experiences and reflections on the potential that we have regarding the construction of new views and narratives. And so therefore, new messages on migration, migrants, migrations, and the challenges that are set forth both for governments, the organizations of civil society, as well as for the academic institutions. And I would like to take up here, once again, pick up something that I had already presented before in my previous presentation, which I believe is an element towards which we need to give importance. I mentioned that out of the new narrative that has come about produced by Pope Francis on the migration of Spain since 2013. Let's recall that the Pope, once he took his post, one of the first visits he made was a visit to the island of the Medusas in Italy, to be able to have contact with those migrants. And this is where a whole preparation of a new doctrine came about regarding migration from the perspective of the church's social doctrine and from the critical theology which have given rise to a production of several new messages that are very important that year after year have been reproduced and reiterated and that have given rise to different kinds of celebrations, among which the Day of the Migrant and Refugee in the world. But I would like to take up here is not only the metaphors or the Pope's language, but rather the fact that this new narrative is giving rise to the new developments of new experiences, actions within the Catholic Church and outside the Catholic Church as well. which have been the framework for encouraging several new practices and projects serve as attention to migrants, which exceed or go beyond the concept of charity. I believe that this is very important because they have led us to a reflection, very interesting reflection, among which or between which the fact that they are, it's getting not ever more attention being placed on these narratives due, regarding the structural causes of migration and the structural conditions of migration, and to the situation that migrants face going beyond borders and critical paths throughout their different journeys and corridors in the world, and also to the framework of the policies and the responsibilities of states and governments. And in fact, this is also here in our region. This is being given an important thrust. I found this experience here. I am not a person that goes to church or anything. I am not directly inserted in the world of faith, but I, by chance, found myself there, and from the view of my work, I found myself, I saw the opportunity, a very interesting opportunity to carry out action or disconnect the academic work from or with the social practice. And in the region, we have two interesting experiences that we see that have been carried out within this context. One is the Clamor Network, which gathers an important group of organizations from the church, all the way from the Southern Cone, South America, and all the way up to Mexico. And I believe that connected also with the United States and also in Central America with the region of Mexico and the Caribbean.
The social pastoral for humans in Mesoamerica and the Caribbean. And what we have found in the systemization of certain actions and the investigation of some of the practices and connections between that discourse and practice in terms of servicing these migrants is that there is a very important source of experience, data, and critical situations throughout the corridor, and that have not been systematized, but this is the information that many of the leaders of these pastorals and religious figures have. And this begins to show a very interesting series of work strategies. I found this revealing. These strategies devised by these organizations during the pandemic in order to address confinement and also service migrants that at the time were in a critical situation with closed border crossings and afterwards as well. And then resources for incidents at local level to see how these actions link both direct contact with migrants, but also the communities through which these people travel. And so I'm pointing this out because, in addition to creating a series of messages and narratives, this also contributes a series of practices and experiences in relation to the treatment of migrants. Thank you. Thank you, Abelardo, for your comment. Is there anyone over there that would like to take the floor or ask a question? Thank you for all of these thoughts and experiences shared. There are so many lines of discussion that obviously we will not have time to see here. But I would like to focus on the narratives, the construct of these narratives and the deconstruction of narratives. The construction of narratives on migrants and refugees in different parts of the region, not to say around the world, but is essential because lack of knowledge of the population that is coming, this was pointed out. We don't know what the situation is in their countries of origin. People don't know the history of these migrants, but lack of knowledge is at the root of this, and this leads to some sort of hazy image about these people. But there are groups and population sectors that, on account of ideology or politics, they foster discourses, narratives against these migrants. They have an interest in doing so, but the population at large, in general, it is a matter of lack of knowledge. So we need to work on that and allow people to learn of the migrant populations, and culture there could be a good door of entry, among many others, opening intercultural space for different populations to learn of what the others have, the gastronomy, the music, the dance. Well, get to know the others. This could help the deconstruction of that narrative, that lack of knowledge about the others, because often these migrant populations are unaware of the communities where they're arriving, and this can lead to self-enclosure. Often they do not communicate with others because they're unaware what's on the other side of the fence, really. And so we too have an idea of what they think of us, and so I'm not going to speak to them. And so each side maintains their position. So we need to work on this, the lack of knowledge. Thank you. Mirone? Last question? Yeah, oh, so many hands up. Yes. But over there, yes? I would like to say something very specific, and that is essential to understand how these narratives are received by the various social players. I am specifically referring to the politicians in times of political campaigns. We have had examples of policies during election times at a neighbor up north, and that have expressed a xenophobic narrative, and this has a great influence on people's perception of the communities that receive or host these migrants, a social construct, a representation that is very negative. And so I believe that it is necessary to work on the construction of positive narratives, not only with regard to the population, but the main actors involved in terms of policies and decision making. That is essential because they, on many occasions, have the spotlights, if you like, the entrance to the mass media. So they are the key actors that we need to work with to construct a positive narrative on these people on the move. Yes. To make this operational with regard to the narratives, I would like to leave you with an invitation from Barranquilla. We have a proposal right now, communicational strategy, anti-rumor, if you like. And I'm sure that our colleagues and panelists can contribute a lot with everything that has been said, but I would like to invite all the other cities to form a network and carry out this sort of project. And hopefully the agencies will help us to cooperate and finance this sort of initiative because they're not high cost, but they are high impact. And as I said in the panel, so the invitation is that we may work on what has already been built and constructed and do this at city level. Thank you. Thank you, Oscar. Tanya? Yes, I just wanted to bolster what was said and that is how narratives change over time. So pay attention to precisely historicity and temporality of these narratives. And this has to do with being able to measure and reflect on the migration cohorts and the host societies and destination. And I think it is an important element, often forgotten. It was mentioned yesterday by Marcela Cerruti, because it is necessary to understand that historically migration becomes integration. It was also mentioned by Marta and several of the other speakers, and ultimately become the reappearance of a binational generation. And I think that this too could help think about narratives in perspective over time. And so pay attention to perspective, historicity, temporality, migration cohorts, and this reappearance of a binational generation and binational families and homes. Thank you. Thank you, Tanya. I don't know if any of the panelists would like to respond something to what was said here. Go ahead. Yes, I would like to pick up on what we were talking about over lunch. We were saying that it appears to be interesting to have some sort of network for journalists to have good inputs, that someone may translate somehow these documents. For people who are not experts, they are complex, but that often these are taken, I'm sure you've seen it in the news, they take figures and data totally out of context, and that in many cases has to do with a lack of information. And so I think that it would be interesting to have a debate, a discussion on how to ensure that what is produced by the academic world may arrive translated into easy words to journalists. How can we do this in general? How to interrelate so that these stories or data that you have shown and know of may be conveyed more simply to journalists who, as a rule, are not specialized in particular topics today, but rather they are generalists. They write about just about everything, with a few exceptions, of course. Thank you, Mariana. Marlene, and then Patricia. I'd like to tell you about my experience with a Reuters journalist. I had not been in this position for more than a month. And so this boy called me, and I was a vice minister, and I was also director of migration. He says to me, "How many irregular migrants are there in Costa Rica?" And I said, "Well, there's an approximate calculation, but it could be around 300,000. Are you going to propose to the president, Rodrigo Chavez, that they should embark on a regularization process?" And I said, "Yes, well, we have an idea, we're considering it." Next day, there is a heading published in Reuters saying Costa Rica is to regularize 300,000 irregular migrants. I hadn't been in my position for even a month, and I was almost sacked. And I don't know if that would apply here, but well, and I said, "Look, give me a course on how to deal with journalists, otherwise I'm going to call him up and I'll murder him." Because they are looking for news, headlines, and sensationalism. So when these were really totally separate questions. And so when I speak to my journalist friends here, I say you must be very careful on how you share the information, because sometimes they don't all have good intentions. Thank you, Marlene. Patricia? Well, this is merely a very short announcement and a good practice and that has to do with training. And the College of Mexico is now offering a free online course in collaboration with the International Organization of Migration of the UN called Human Mobility and Journalism in Mexico, Building New Narratives. It is free of charge, it is available online, and anyone can access. And all sessions are recorded and uploaded so at any point you can access and see the material for widespread use. Thank you, Patricia. José Tomás. Hello. Recently, a study was published in Chile on narratives, in this case of the Chilean population, and there were many tweets on migration. And in the public world, public, I mean, social media, journalists, borders, militarization, policies, but also many conversations were taken up on Facebook, and there it was school, health, housing. So these are two different narratives. And you say, is ours not a third narrative? And then I would like to link this to changes in narrative that we've seen in recent decades, all the way from sexual diversity, homosexuality. I think we were talking about homosexuality, but gender, disability. And what is there in these narratives that there could not be in migration? What happened there? And I say, if you have these three narratives going around simultaneously, there was not anything else. I don't know if anyone can answer that question, but it leads me to think, but these are different narratives, but at the same time, what can we learn about the changes in narrative?
Who wants to take the floor? You? Go ahead. The floor is yours. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences and good practices in your countries and organizations and from the academia. In many cases, thank you to journalists that are here accompanying us. In this case, as representative of the state of Honduras, I want to share with you that the National Migration Institute, directed by a lawyer who sends some appreciation to it in 2022, March 8th, we took on the challenge, the big challenge that we had, mobility. We're facing the challenge to serve or tend to in-transit migrants, and then we have the Holy Week coming. And during the Holy Week in Honduras is Monday and Tuesday in private institution, and we needed to collect half minimum wage, which is around 250 US dollars, one of the highest basic wages in the region. So we decided for the first time in our government to alleviate, to decree to state amnesty and not collect money from them, because based on human rights, because there were people under a vulnerability condition, and decide that under the principle that migration is a human right. This is one of the main principles guiding government of President Sumara Castro. That was the first challenge. Then we maintained this, and so far we have promoted two migration amnesties. In 2022, we have received over 180,000 in-transit migrants. And we have not collected any one penny as a fine for entering the country on unauthorized crossing or port. So based on this principle that migration is a right, I take the learnings and good practices that take away with that reviewing the law on foreigners and migration in our country. Now I see that many countries have make progress in this, and we will be looking for sharing these good practices so we can apply the good practices in our country, because geographically we are an in-transit country for migrants. So we also are applying for the first time a migration policy. Previously, even though the law mandated, never before a public policy was applied from the state to help migrants. And considering the realities that we are going through, it is very serious and critical. And I want to thank you very much, thank Celade ICLAC for inviting us. It's a great experience to take with us with a lot of new knowledge. And I look forward to sharing with you more. And I will please be, we will receive you in Honduras. We are open and we want to build together for migrants without leaving anyone behind. Thank you. Thank you, Veronica, and all members of the panel and comments. And now it's a modification to the program. I'm going to give the floor for final comments to Simone Cecchini, the director of CELADE, and after that, we'll conclude our activities. The floor is yours, Simone. Thank you, Pamela. The program says have an hour of thoughts and conclusion. No, I don't want to scare you. Please stay calm. No, we have reached the end or the closing of this seminar, and it has been a success or not. Beyond the questionnaires that I really appreciate that you can fill in. There was a lot. I know they wanted to talk to the last time, and me personally, I think that we will see the success. I consider that if you take with you some new learnings and ideas or proposals, contacts, to in your work to continue to foster the realization of the rights of migrant people in your own countries and in the whole region. We have discussed it a lot, and in the final panel on narrative, and the project also wanted to create empiric evidence, ideas, and policy recommendation on the contribution of migrant people to sustainable development. We have achieved our goals. We have excellent studies. We have unpublished regional studies. The unpublished study from Peru of cultural contribution from Venezuelan migrants. So we look forward to receiving the studies. We saw with the IPD how can we overcome xenophobic, negative narrative focusing on criminalization, etc. We are not expert in communication at ECLAC, but we continue to work with evidence, data, statistic, and public policies. And what I think I listen the word complexity, complex. We know that migration is a very complex issue, and therefore, to deal with this issue in the best manner possible, we need to cooperate among the public and private sectors at all levels and international agencies. We have discussed a lot of different dimensions of the contribution. We know that the main cause for human mobility is people looking for better job opportunities. We have analyzed the economic contribution of migrant people with the work, with entrepreneurship by paying taxes, etc. But in a reality that for our people in Latin America, it's the reality of informality, and for migrants also sometimes, and we have listened to this over and over, they can use their own skills. Once you arrive to a new country, not necessarily people will be inserted in the most adequate job according to their educational training to the benefit of receiving country. We have listened about contribution to demography. Migrants arrive, there are younger people, able people, and it's a contribution to a rapidly aging region, contribution to culture and importance. It's very important what migrant people can contribute to um, cuisine, culture, music, etc. And for Celare, a big topic is information and data. And we need to reinforce even more the capacity and to generate data on international migration. We have listened to the request, the requirement to go from snapshots or pictures that are taken every years to have a real-time streaming service in order to know where people are, what are the critical points as United Nations among the many roles that we have in the group of human mobility of this issue-based coalition with the IMO, ILO, UNICEF, and HCR. The demand is also we need the most recent data on human flow to know how many people are moving through their countries. Obviously, to improve statistics, require to have a significant level of coordination between national statistical institute and the multiple agencies that work with data. And it requires interoperability of those data, that a unique identify, we need to have a technical things and we need to work on administrative records or registry among so many other sources. Censuses are critical. Household surveys are very important, but it's a huge potential of administrative records, and we have seen methodological institutional uh, progresses, progress. And beyond saying how many people are moving, it is important to have information on the profile of migrant people. Today we see regarding labor, this type of data are key in order to design the adequate public policies. Very important has been to listen to the different good practices and poor practices also. It is the good practices of different countries in the region and maybe public programs in project. Maybe the first step is always regularization of migrant people as a precondition for decent work, access to health, education, social protection, and housing. From good practices, it was important to have listened to labor inclusion from public sector and the private sector that has a demand for skilled labor. And we have listened to very interesting um, presentation from our colleague Colombia. It is important to know how the migrant person is appreciated. It's their contribution of serving the customer, team working. In the survey today, oh yes, I want migrant people because I'm going to pay less, or because they don't complain about this, is no longer an issue. And it's a very good sign. And we hope that we will be able to take advantage of the contribution of migrant people in the good sense. Very important, the role of
primer lugar, el terreno, ¿no?
It's very important then to the local role, to where the people are living, the migrant people are living. We have listened to from interest in programs and actions, for example, in Lima, Barranquilla as well, in Colombia. And although it was very quickly said, the point that the migrants are not called migrants, but neighbors, meaning that they are all the same, they are just neighbors and they have the same rights and they have to cooperate among each other. So from the local people, then we listened to very interesting messages, the challenge of articulation with the national level. Sometimes funding is not necessary, but locally also, sometimes we do not know exactly the national or even international initiatives, such as the Pact for Sure Migration. Obviously, I would like to take it to the local sphere. National, obviously, we have to reinforce the migratory institutionality because this migration has grown quite a lot. So we have to reinforce all this institutionality, and the person in charge should be well trained. We just give a small contribution from Chile, but demands are very many. So I just came to the moment of giving you our gratefulness for the panel members, moderators, attendees. The quality of the exchange has been excellent, and it's been fantastic to have the 5 countries that have been benefited directly from this project, but also from other countries that have contributed with their experience, the perspective of the Caribbean countries as well, very enriching, and definitely the presence of our colleagues from the United Nations, ACNUR, IOM, other international agencies, and International Development Bank, and with all of them we want to continue working. And obviously, let me recognize the hard work done by several years, for several years, in a difficult context. I mean, the pandemic, that's almost made it possible to take all this into practice. So an applause for the coordinator, Sulma Sosa, who, together with Veronica Caro and Jorge Martinez, that hopefully he can listen to us. He could not make it to come. And obviously Pamela Villalobos, and also others that have been connected in other instances. Jorge Diains, Jael Paez, and also all our colleagues that you have been contacting to work, that have been important, Anita Miranda, working with other companies in technology affairs, etc., and other colleagues which are in other parts of ICLAC. People from technology, for example, the administrative part, those working in planning, and obviously our interpreters as well, that our beloved interpreters, and that have made an excellent work, as well as our colleagues from the Division of Population in Salada that have taken their notes for the exchange of knowledge, and they have been key. So I just wanted to thank you all. Did I forget somebody? And I think that we can go for coffee now. Before the coffee, I was told that somebody wanted to have a picture from us. somebody to have the picture done? So maybe you yourself. Well, I don't see anyone from press, but I just say that for those who are following us online, streamlined, we cannot have the picture with them. So we want to thank them as well, those people in the streamlined connection, and hopefully we can take our photo done. Thank you.